Hey! Fearless, yep, it's yours. First! Man, y'all are quick on the draw. I gotta stop justifying my random start times as to be like, oh no, it's not that I'm starting at weird off times. No. I'm adding spice to the game. So Fearless, Ultrazini, and Cowley, Watto and welcome. That updates the rankings and puts you in second. So currently the rankings are Bacon Avenger in first with 5, then Fearless with 4, Caffeine with 3, and then Moz, Dustin, and Lizzie, and then Varbles and J-Post. Fuck yeah. Volchipony, Watto and welcome. Ultrazini, I'm so sorry, friend. I hope it isn't as bad for you as it was for me, because I had like one night and one day that was just like abject misery. The rest was just like being exhausted, flu style. Bacon says they were pixels away from clicking it, and Fearless is like, I'm gunning for your spot. Stepgen, J-Post, Bacon, Sean Russ, Watto and welcome! Yeah, bringing that energy. I might need to make more coffee. Who's ready to talk about 80s films? Who's ready to talk about adaptations and the heart and soul of media? Not just video games, but media and concepts altogether. Today, friends, we are going to be playing the ongoing adventures of Bobert Copert. But you know him as RoboCop. Now, I've been wanting to play this with you all since it got fucking announced. And while I understand the deluge of this year's just unrelenting brilliance of games. And Pun Spectre. I don't know. This feels like a cop-out. Damn it. No puns. It's super cop-out. ACAB, all cops are Borg. Oh my word. Look, Fred, I am not going to apologise for today's sponsor, Omni Consumer Products. Damn it, I'm trying to think of a riff on that one, but all the RoboCop adverts got stuck in my brain at the same time.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What hope? Time to be robot and human, so not cop.
Jim Army, thank you for 13 months. Unlucky for some, but not for you. And thank you. And Favour 6, Watto and welcome. Who else snuck on in there? Well, okay, so Fearless and hold fire. I'm going to get into the game. We're going to be playing this today. We are going to be talking about that. The morality system around RoboCop might be one of the cleverest things to address that. But I want to talk about that once like everybody's in and stuff like that. There's tons of stuff in this to break down. Oh no, Ehrman, we will absolutely talk about that one. Because, like, RoboCop and Starship Troopers, those are, I mean, they're both Paul Verhoeven works. And they both end up becoming, yeah, no, we'll get into it, but I want to give everybody a chance to jump on in. Like, there's so much good stuff to talk about. And again, what I will say is, friends, Steam Winter Sale is on the way. The previous game, which one is it? Yeah, Terminator Resistance. So, the reason why I've been so excited about this game is that ages back, I came across Terminator Resistance, a wildly overlooked title that had got little to zero games media coverage, but had this rabid fan base. It had, I mean, right now it has 10,000 reviews. At the time, I think it was like 6 or 7, well above the average. all of it glowingly positive, but like well out of step with its Metacritic, and I was like, that's fucking weird. And you know me, when I find something in the game space that's an anomaly, like, I get fucking obsessed with it until I understand it. And I played the shit out of Terminator Resistance, and it is inspired. It is a Bethesda-style open-world game, but boiled right down. Small world, small focus, with an emphasis on authenticity rather than, like, superfluous features. And it was genuinely brilliant. If you enjoyed any of the old Terminator films, put it on your list. At the moment it's $40, and I do recommend getting the Annihilation Line DLC. However, the Steam sales are coming, so if you can hold fire, not like anybody's hurting for good games right now, but I cannot recommend Terminator Resistance enough, because again, what it does is it hits upon the core of something that, honestly, I'm embarrassed for other games that tried to use the Terminator license up until that point, because all they did was they took the one scene from Terminator 2 Judgment Day, the one iconic scene that stood out for everybody, and they extrapolated outwards. You know, honestly, the only other one that's done even close to that was the old Terminator Skynet, and I think it was just... what were the old ones called? It was like Terminator Skynet and something else. I still find myself saying, this is HMI module on approach to Space Station Mercury, because of how long it took me to get the sound card fucking playing nice with that game. Oh no, sorry, it was just called Skynet. And it was Baby Bethesda that made it. Oh, okay, so in Europe it was called The Terminator Skynet. Good times, good times. Now, Famous6 saying that the Terminator might make an interesting Souls-like set in a post-apocalypse. Yeah. Like, based on the first film, an 80s time loop game where you desperately try and save Sarah Connor would be feckin' rad. You have an invincible antagonist, and due to the very nature of humans, you have a lot of, like, challenges and things to tackle. It's feckin' great.
I had to have a handyman over to fix a few things at my place, but they only did tasks 3, 9 and 13. Turns out they only take the occasional odd job.
Get out! Get out! And come back. Ehrman, thank you for the 500 bits. Like, times are fucking scary and we're super fucking grateful. Alright? Thank you. Famous6, I did see you did the Lupin SD Gundam. I put that together, God, I forget how long ago now. It was exceptionally good. But no, I hope you enjoyed it. Those SD Gundam kits are real cool. They just released a high quality Gundam Barbatus, like an SD Gundam Barbatus, and it is the cutest little fucker ever. Like, I'm not gonna be able to do any airbrushing for quite some time, so I'm just looking at like fun stuff to build. No, okay, sorry. I do not need this, friends. I have seas upon seas of excellent kits to put together. The one I'm hoping to do over Christmas is finally finish the Gundam Unicorn with the glowy bits. That's my big goal. But so I'm not showing you this because I'm asking. I'm showing you this because if you like building kits, look at this little guy. Look at his little grumpy face. He's so fighty. He's so fighty. Look at him. Oh, hello, yes, it is me. I'm Gundam Bobatus. I'm so fighty. He's just so fighty. Look at that little face. How can you not want to hang out with this guy? Yeah, and Favour 6. So those SD Gundam kits, the newer ones, they're great. They're so much fun to put together. They're dead easy. And they're really good for learning how to do stuff like panel lining or like other experiments, because like there's so few pieces, but they're really detailed, and I think it makes for a really cool setup. Also, jumping back, I'm obviously going to be biased because Barbatus is one of my favourite designs. He's so fucking cool. Anyway. So yeah, friends, we're going to be talking about 80s media, we're going to be talking about Paul Verhoeven's work today, we're going to be talking about how there has been a lot of misunderstood elements from a lot of those 80s bangers, and the reason why they're so fondly remembered is because they did more than just something cool. And it is fascinating that it has taken, for all intents and purposes, a new generation of creatives to truly understand the heart of these things. You know? Hell, if you want to get spiteful later on, we can talk about Alien Ice... Hey!
Also, did you know the British were slow to embrace digital distribution? I think it comes down to wanting property.
Why? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Well, Ehrman, that is $10 to keep in our little place going, so extremely thank you. But also, focus. I can't believe you've done this! Fred, you fucking terror. Anyway, what I will say is, so the building we moved into, the people that got us into this place, like the property managers, they have like a little like open plan officey thing downstairs, and they've said we're allowed to use the coffee machine. So after I got River out earlier, I just kind of totted on down there. It's been nice. Like, I'm getting to have that open plan office feel. Like, I can kind of like go and fix my coffee from the coffee machine and totter over and ask people how they're doing. Like, it's been real nice. It's been real nice. I'm trying not to be too insufferable. Trying. And Nick, Watto, and welcome. We are going to be paying, well, sadly not Future Cop LAPD. But we are going to be playing Bobert Copert today. And we'll be getting into both like the details and the artistic meaning and stuff like that later on. Oh no, so Bacon, I do not like open offices. But the only thing that I do like is when things are a little bit calm and you're a little bit bored and you can go talk to your friend. And okay, there are some things I miss about open plan offices, like the hijinks, the ridiculousness of it. So like, what was his name? Was it Mike James? I fucking forget. But there was one person in the office who got headshots, and we found them. So what we did is we repeatedly printed out pictures of this guy's headshots and hid them around the office, with the pièce de résistance being, when the vending machine was being restocked, we asked the vending machine person if we could stick his picture on the inside of the glass. And I watched him go over Mike James and try and scratch it off and realise it was inside the machine. That was fun as fuck. Oh god, then there was the sea mine maneuver, who I won't say who this was, but there was one person who was unfortunately one of the worst parts of working in an open plan office. Like, one of those people that can just do like infinite secular conversation. Shit, I don't know if that's the right term. I'm still getting caffeinated. But where you can talk ad infinitum in a loop with either no regard or no care. And what we used to do is we would proc him in one part of the office by starting to talk to him. We would head over to somebody else's deck the officer's desk, and then immediately go, oh shit, sorry, I just remembered I have to be somewhere. Rush off and just leave him there like a little floating sea mine. And he'd usually proc the conversation onto the closest person. This is shit we used to do. Checkmating was quite funny, which is where you had to try and sneak a whole piece of fruit into someone's tea without them noticing. It didn't stop being funny. Which is what led to this kiwi was repeatedly like dunked in people's tea and then frozen, and then dunked in tea and then frozen. It was a good time. Now, this is one of the things about like having been in a big game studio. Like, it's been so long that my brain is only really focusing on the positives. There was some parts that were just hellish. Like when you're up against it and somebody comes on over with some asinine fucking stuff, but you can't tell them to eat shit and die because they're either above you on the ladder or they're a genuinely liked person. Like, I remember one of the HR guys, he used to come on over and pitch us these recruitment videos. Like, we were the fucking cinematics team, and it's like, no, me and Craig are doing our jobs and Rally Point at the same bloody time. No, we're not going to make an everyone should come work for us video series. It's like, fuck off! And as I've told you all multiple times, I gave as good as I got. I did get a mechanical keyboard just so that people would know when I was working. Spiteful? Yes, but... But anyway, yeah, so my morning was going down and after walking dogs, make a cup of tea and talking to the peeps downstairs. Somebody's moving in on our floor. We're waiting for the arcade machines and the skee ball to get hooked up. It's gonna be real good. Like, the peeps downstairs were asking me if there's anything that's wrong with the apartment, if there's anything wrong with the building, like any comments, and I was like, fuck. You know, the more I think about our last place and how molded and rotten it was, the more I'm just like, I think everything's too new for me to see any critiques.
Why do socialists like instant tea? Because proper tea is theft.
I want to hate it, Favor 6. I want to hate it, but I can't. Well played. Well fucking played. Work for us, or we'll photo scan your face and make you a Sonic Team racing character. The whole thing's still so wild. Oh, sorry. The whole Sonic racing thing still blows my mind because, like, you can't understand how much stuff was happening when Rob told me that was what was going to go down. And, like, I didn't really even come to understand what was going on until I started getting, like, messages from people who were playing it. Like, Will, what the fuck are you doing in my game? No, Bacon, if I am going to mess with the property managers here, it needs to be hilarious and juvenile. So, I don't know. If I end up being flush, I'm going to start hiding rubber ducks around the whole place. Like, come the new year, if I'm able to work hard and, you know, get money stuff sorted, I'm going to buy, like, an industrial bag of rubber ducks. Like, I am going to become a menace. And Nick, that clip will haunt me for the rest of my days. But how are you all doing, friends? it's I don't know. I'm exhausted after this week. I think it's kind of like the combo of like moving and getting back to stream stuff all at once has been quite a lot. It's been quite a lot. Famous because I did not say a bag of sharks. I did not. Hey, wet paint, that's entirely fine. Greetings to you, wet paint gaming of the future. Your past self has left you a message. This will surprise you in the VODs and you'll be like, oh shit, what ho and welcome. Good old time travel. A bacon. Like, I'm thinking about it. But as I said, I want to wait until like we've gotten through Christmas and stuff. I don't want to have to turn around and be like, dear Longship, I am sorry I must ask for additional funds so that we may eat like the poor Dickensian children we are this Christmas. Why am I so poor, you ask? Well, the money you sent me already I've spent on ducks. I bought lots of ducks. Like I was a lot more flush when we went hard on, what was it? On the Tepigs. Actually, I have the special Tepig set here because I need to find a new frame for him.
Rubber ducks, Tepigs, same difference.
No, it's not the same difference, Bacon, because you can put 800 Tepigs in a box. Do you know what 800 rubber ducks looks like? Me neither, and I don't want to find out. Oh, but if you haven't seen it, friends, this was a gift, I believe, from Shackle, like 1,000 years ago, and it was one of my favourites. This is from the Pokemon CCG, and it's the full set of Tepig. And it just shows this little kid being given Tepig, and then growing up with the Emboar, and then he's got, like, the bit, like, so I say Pigmite. And then at the end, this one's, sorry, Percy. This one is the one that just makes me smile so much. Because it's the kid grown up with his children and the grandparents and the Emboar. And I really like the idea that whilst in Pokemon, it kind of, the series tends to focus, at least the game series tends to focus on like, you know, people who have trained up their one big fighty, and apparently this like jumped up 10-year-old with basically god tier Pokemon. The idea that regular people would just have a Pokemon that they would just have as a friend and raise alongside, like, that's fucking cool. You know, the natural lifespan of a Pokemon isn't really discussed, but it is something that I think about. I think about a lot of stuff. It's very loud in my head. Sorry. Orchazini saying 800 rubber ducks. It's about the size of a swimming pool. I keep meaning to stick a Gundam on the Christmas tree that we have down in the lobby. But I don't want to send anything down there that we might not see again. You know, just in case the cleaners decide to get rid of it. Everyone says, quick, imagine regional variants of Tepig. Okay, like, the winter region Tepig would be like a tusked, like big fluffy boar, which would be even fucking cuter. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. I'm not comfortable thinking about what the kind of like Hawaiian Islands tropical version of Tepig would be, because we're getting into like Hawaiian pizza territory there. We need more Tepigs. We need more Tepigs. Anyway, as I said, how are you all doing? And Bacon, I didn't say thank you for the 200. So Bacon, thank you. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to be any Vidgamery news from yesterday or today. Like, as we well know, if anyone's dropping news on a Friday or a Saturday, it means shit's gone really wrong. Like, most of the Games Industry banter at the moment is still deconstructing the Game Awards. You know, it's a lot of the same talk. Oh, we should have a proper video games award for proper developers. It's like, feck it, alright. Sorry, friends, bear with me just a second. I've got to be vaguely sensible. British tech pig is just a sausage. Why? Sean, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. How goes it, friend? Sorry, forgive me for the tippity-tappity. Yeah, everything happens so much. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Busy as usual, that's all good.
Reactor online.
Hey.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho? Let's try this again, shall we? It's a subiversary do-over.
Yay! Hey, look, Wraith, I'm glad they didn't lose it, you know what I mean? So... And Wraith, like, thank you for the full spree. It's fucking cool of you. Kindball, Watto, and welcome. I do know that I'm live. I got asked a thing that I need to... I got asked a thing that I need to answer right now, which, Killing me Smalls here. Sorry about this, friends. If any of you want to go grab a cup of tea or something, now is absolutely the time. Sorry about this. Okay. Apologies. Okay, you have my full undivided attention. I do apologise for that, friends. I know, it's very rude of me. I tell you all, like, hey, come hang out on stream! And then I ignore you. So yeah. Oh, Wraith, I'm so sorry. All right, I'll do my best to do a half order, no fries. God, I'm gonna need so much more coffee today. Okay, so as I was saying, there hasn't been any more like bombastic news, which is very, very good. The current the current discussions are all the same thing we see every year. Why is the Game Awards so popular? Oh, it's just a bunch of adverts. We should have a Developers Awards. And while I don't disagree with any of those, I feel like sometimes, as a person, I'm always in a constant state of conflict. You know, when it comes to video games, I'm simultaneously an idealist, someone that believes in the pure ideals of games as a whole, like the medium, the creativity, but I'm also a realist. The reason why we don't have a bunch of Game Awards is that they're very time-consuming to run, and unless you can make them make money, no one gives a fuck. You know, we do have the IVA and that whole stuff. We do have the BAFTAs, and the IGAs and the GDC Game Awards. It's real good. It's just impregnable for people outside of the industry, and there's no reason for them to pay attention. You know, the BAFTAs sits in a weird space. It has the pomp and circus, but it's really struggled to kind of find its place in the space, and it hasn't always been banging. Like, the actual process for which games get BAFTAs is better than a lot of ones I've been involved with, but it's not perfect. Yeah, sure. No, and you're entirely correct. The only reason to care about getting something like a Game Award is that the more people that know about it, the more are going to pick it up, and the more copies you can shift, thus protecting your studio in the future by making more money. You know, being a breakaway hit at something like the Game Awards could be the difference between, you know, your studio being around for 5 minutes or for 5 years. And it's I don't begrudge anyone the conversation, right? Like, I understand the frustration. I think it's valid. You know, the Game Awards has become the most visible award show that we have. But make no mistake, it is a creature designed to make money, designed to sell advertising. It is born of the corpse of the Spike TV Awards. But oh yeah, and Nick makes a very good point. How you interface with the industry can change it a lot. Like, I will say, Shogun 2 won a BAFTA, and being on Shogun 2, that opened a lot of doors. Like, I'm a full BAFTA member, and I was a full BAFTA member before they really kind of like opened the doors to a lot more games people, because I worked in a BAFTA winning project. Yeah, Fearless, it's the circle of life. Because here's the thing, yeah, making a BAFTA winning game opens a lot of doors in the future when interfacing with publishers and investment and things like that. Whether or not the BAFTA's actually winning that boost sales, I don't know. But one thing I will say, and this is just one of those important things to note, just like with Summer Games Fest, the Game Awards has a full a full Steam integration. So check this out. Then this is on the main page of Steam. Is this? This was up well before, and here we easily have all the winners. We have a few of the nominated. Did I not have? I thought I had that. Sorry. And alongside that, all the announcements. And this is the power right here. This turns hype and interest into conversion. Not to sound like a wanky businessman, but like, the Christmas reset is very fucking real. So like, Den of Wolves. I am fucking excited for Den of Wolves. I'm not going to put any audio on, but this is the team behind GTFO making a dark cyberpunk heist game. Fucking sign me up. But here's the thing. We saw it in a deluge of other trailers. We saw it in this absolute soup of, you know, bright colours and flash and pomp and circumstance. It would be very easy for us as people to forget this because we have fucking lives. Because we're already playing a gajillion games. We're trying to survive, like, fucking day in, day out. We can't be expected to remember every fucking video game doing, like, the back and forth. But with something like this, actually I forgot how haunting this trailer is, so it's not a great example. But something that I am personally interested in, having watched the Game Awards, I can just go, oh shit, Den of Wolves. Add to wishlist. Boof. Now, after the Christmas reset, even if I completely forget about the existence of that game, don't worry, Steam's got me. Alright? And for stuff like Big Walk, which isn't based on anything but looks fascinating, or like new IPs like Windblown, like, fucking love it. Now, Sean, User Vote Awards is a fascinating one because it is a case of success begets success. And this is why the golden joysticks aren't shit. The golden joysticks can be utilized to help you increase sales and engagement. Why is that not wishlisted? But like, I can't go into too many details because I can't remember what I am and am not allowed to say about certain award ceremonies. But some of them have rules against petitioning or against incentivizations. So, one particular award ceremony, you're not allowed to petition other judges to vote for a game you think is worthy, right? So, I couldn't go into the Will's Longship Nonsense Awards and start being like, yo, everybody, come check out fucking Apex Legends. This game is the bomb and you should definitely vote for it. I wouldn't be allowed to do that. In others which have user voting, they have rules on how that's done. So you can't say, vote for us and get 10 free V-Bucks. Golden Joysticks has no such qualms. Like, I remember back in the early 2000s, like, World of Tanks kept winning Golden Joystick Awards. Because they just went, hey, do you want a free tank? Vote for us. And people did. People did. Feckin' finals. Mostly positive. Eat farts with a spoon. Fred's saying that science fiction had a huge problem with solicited voting and voting slates a number of years back. Okay. I feel like literature's got a much harder time than Vidya-gamery. But yeah, like, these are things we've talked about a million times, friends, and we all know very, very well. It's like, playing every game that was a contender this year is a huge undertaking. And again, I can't comment into any specifics, but trying to keep up with games that have been putting themselves forward for other awards that aren't the Game Awards is no small feat. It's no small feat. And to give these games a proper look, a proper go to understand them is fucking hard. So yeah, it's that time of year where we all have to have the Game Awards discourse conversation. In the yearly chart of everything in games we have to talk about, we're coming back around again. Oh, and jumping back in, what Nick was saying about how it is entirely possible to fail upwards through, like, non-traditional publishing, looking to build prestige, that then put you forward for a bunch of awards, and then you can gain coverage. Like, what I will also say, though, is, as a game creator, put your game in anyway, because if one of the things you've been struggling with is getting eyes on your game, if you put it in, you're guaranteed it's going to get seen. It's going to get known. And while if the game doesn't have enough bite to really take hold, it does mean that, like, your game has been exposed to a large swath of the industry. Alright, we're Paint Gaming. Go get some sleep. And to your future self, I see you, time traveler. I don't know why I did that. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, no, Nick, we've got to have that one before the Christmas reset. The barrier to entry and market saturation is bad for everyone. But, like, we lowered the barrier to entry to releasing games, and now there are too many good games. Like, fucking yo. Yeah, Sean, that might have been, like, a big part of it. And getting that kind of coverage is fucking great. You know, use all the tools in your arsenal to get coverage, especially because as an indie, you know, you can't outspend the big marketing people. You know, give me some Sonic and Chill. We'll probably get into game in about like 5 or 10 minutes, so there we go. Funky fresh goodness. Yeah, and caffeine. That's the in a weird way, like, that's the good symbiosis of the Game Awards, is that it is a place where you say, hey, here's a teaser for our stuff, keep an eye out. And that they have the method for a follow-through as well is brilliant. Like, I really appreciate that. And when you think about the kinds of games that were on that lineup that we got excited about, it wasn't just 50 live service looter extraction shooters or what have you. Fucking Pony Island 2! What? Love to see it. So yeah. Yeah, no, Fred, you're entirely correct. Like, so long as we as the community acknowledge that the Game Awards is basically winter E3, and that's fine. And, you know, I'll restate what I've said to you all. It worries me that Keighley is now the nexus of games media. And the Game Awards is very much it's not even a popularity contest, it's a coverage contest. You know, the points are made up and the awards don't matter. And it's currently our most visible award show, so... Nice! Well, Sean, once again, let us know. Oh, why am I blanking on the name? Oh, Sean, I'm a bad friend. Alright, I am definitely going to make myself some more coffee in just a second. I'm sorry to be a sketchlord and taking breaks early. For those who don't know, Sean has made Jigsaw Puzzle Dreams, thank you. Sean made a co-op jigsaw puzzle game. Not jigsaw as in like, but like actually putting them together. So the idea of like, you and your friends can hang out online, build a puzzle, and then when it's done, it can go up in your cute little flat you can decorate. It's free on Steam, and I still haven't had a chance to jump into it yet. But I can put it here, and I'll throw it into our friends' games as well. So yeah, Sean, like, once you can tell us what the crossover is, and we can be like, fucking yeah! Yeah, I do think Nick makes a good point that, Sean, if you did actually work on Jigsaw, the Saw franchise, as a crossover and Nessa wasn't involved, I can't guarantee your safety. If you got to work on a Saw franchise video game, even if it is just jigsaw puzzles. Oh, nice! Oh, Sean, I'm real fucking happy for you, friend. I'm real fucking happy for you. Well, if you ever want to do a long Shipian crossover, I'd love to be a part of it. I don't know what we'd do. Maybe like the Kia or my dumb face or something, but... yeah, if you want to do a long ship crossover, fucking got ya. Anyway, Sean, I'm really happy to see, like, it's been chipping along, and, like, I hate that it's the only metric we have in terms of success at the moment, but, like, you're sitting at, like, 520 reviews. That's real good. That's well above the average for an indie. No, Favor 6. Power Wash Simulator going in bizarre directions with its crossover stuff is fascinating. Although it is interesting that Power Wash Sim is a Square Enix published game, and they super play that down. And no, we will not be doing a Sex Assist crossover. Here's the thing, we came up with the Sex Assist unhinged on the Sea of Thieves, and Hideo Kojima fucking announces it live on stage via his glowing dick. Fucking stole my ideas again! Also, I do like the idea of a puzzle piece Power Wash Simulator crossover of someone with a Power Wash just obliterating puzzle pieces into mush. That would be funny as fuck. Now, Ishka, it's not even noticed us. It's stop stealing our ideas. Which of you lot is secretly Hideo Kojima? Which of you has been fucking lurking here, stealing our ideas? But yeah, no, but Sean, if you do want to do something silly crossover-wise, I'd love to. But no pressure, no stress. Doing a long ship thing isn't going to net you a gajillion sales. Ooh. So, on a separate topic, so Nick is saying on unrelated news, they're on the hunt for the most elusive of monsters to make friends with for a project they're working on a combat designer. Ooh. For something so ubiquitous for so many titles, incredibly hard specialist to find. Oh, Sean, that'd be feckin' cool. Although I will say, I do have high-res key art, because you can take the guy out of games industry, but you can't take the games industry out of the guy. So yeah, I do my shit. I do my stuff. Anyway, sorry, I keep going back to it because for some reason, it just makes me smile. Anyway, if you want to play Sean Clapper's game, it is free on Steam. It is Jigsaw Puzzle Dreams, and it's a great way to spend a very rainy Sunday evening, you know? I want all of my friends to experience, like, proper good industry success. And I know I say this a lot, it's where I feel the most powerless sometimes. I have the knowledge, but not the raw power. But then, as I say every time we have this conversation, if I reached that level, I wouldn't be able to have these conversations with all of you. Because if there was like 300 people in here and chat's going like a fucking like the highway section from Shinobi on the Game Gear. Ah, that's fucking cool, Sean. I don't actually know the Xenoclash devs well, but I've always respected their work. Like, FPS melee games when no one else was doing that. But not even like fantasy or sci-fi. They went for like acid, like, I don't know, post-apocalyptic caveman style. It's fucking great. I know Zalavir's talked about this at length and probably has a better command of phrasing it, but again, crossovers in the games industry are a great way to get shit done. And they happen by just having cool conversations with people at places like, you know, PAX or GDC or stuff like that. Like, that's how it all comes together. That makes me real happy. You know? But Sean, we've got to see how crazy a crossover we can help make. Like, you've got a good set. Like, I wonder who we could make that happen with. That way I can at least feel a little bit useful in your endeavours. Hello there. Okay. So friends, I'm going to get a little bit more coffee before we get started, so that I don't die. But we are going to be jumping into RoboCop Rogue City. We're going to be talking all about Verhoeven's work. We're going to be talking a lot about what the original was trying to say and how this gets to the heart of that. We'll be talking about, you know, their previous Terminator game and all sorts. So, Amos. So, friends, that's my boy. So, friends, I'll be back with you all in like 2 or 3 minutes, alright? So, don't go anywhere. Go get a coffee or a cup of tea or what have you, and we'll get really into the paint. Alright? Alright. And J-Post, thank you kindly. Sneaking them in. Nick, I'm sorry if my dogs set off your dogs. Because that was the thing. Fiona just brought up like the dog food and went back down to return the trolley. And that was what happened. Like, that was the injustice that Amos was protesting against. Also, I've got fried rice leftovers, so I'm very lucky. Okay. But no, seriously, friends, thank you for waiting.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Time to robo some cop.
It is time to robo some cop. And Fearless, on top of all the things. Thank you. Right, not just for 56 months, but for fucking everything, friend. So, okay. Let's pause these Sonic the Hedgehog smooth jams. And let's get into some real dun 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 dun. Amos is helping.
Amos. Leave it.
Old Robert coming in to help us out.
Prepare yourself for chirping.
Oh, is he
I'm
good?
just going to drop the recycling.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, friends. Brace yourselves. Is it so bad? Amos. Fucking hell. Alright, come on. Okay, I do not know what's going on here. You should be seeing this.
Ripper. Yeah, back it up.
Anytime now, Robert. Robert Bobert Copert.
Leave me alone.
RoboCop, Robo City. I'd buy that for $1. I have nothing to sell you for $1. Robert, what is happening right now? There we go. Would you like to auto-detect video settings, please? Because, oh, it is chugging. Maybe it's trying to do a bunch of shit behind the hood. Subtitles on. The hell is streamer mode? Yeah. Yeah, no, Nick, there's probably compiling shaders for first run. Whatever that fancy AMD feature is. Alright, let me just quickly find out what Bobert Copert's streamer mode is. Because after Sea of Thieves, I've got OCT streamer mode. Because it might be it just hides boobies or something like that. Or it might be that it changes the soundtrack so there's no... Cool. I have not yet found an answer. Sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. I do apologise for this. I'm just trying to find out what it does. Varble says the keymailer entry says it's soundtrack related. Ah. Honestly, we'll run the gauntlet. Worst case, parts of this get muted. Or YouTube just says, nah. But yeah, sorry, if you weren't there, when we did the Pirates of the Caribbean content for Sea of Thieves, I put on the streamer mode, which removes like any copywritten like audio, and it was the saddest affair. Like, sure, be great if you're watching the VOD in the future, but at the time, it was just 4 pirates in silence, just trundling through the world's most mediocre corridor. Okay. You know what, friends? Let's just get started. So, without further ado, RoboCop Rogue City. I can stuff my face for the cutscenes. Oh, Fearless, big agree. Big agree.
You give us 3 minutes, and we give you the world. Good evening. I'm Casey Wong. A military submarine that went missing over 3 years ago has suddenly reappeared in the Baltic Sea. Confused seamen mistakenly opened fire on the last Lapland reservation, killing 12. Thankfully, our homesick sailors are back on U.S. soil. Welcome back, boys. In local news, a new crime wave that is sweeping Detroit has already claimed the lives of 21 police officers. Here's a statement from the head of OCP, Omni Consumer Products, that's funding and running the Detroit Police Department.
Old Detroit has a cancer, and that cancer is crime. It must be cut out, and OCP holds the scalpel.
According to our sources, the attacks were aimed at catching the attention of a man whose identity remains unknown. This dangerous new guy in town seems to have his eye on doing business in old Detroit.
Your filthy hands off me. Shut
I'm sorry. There seems to be a
Disturbance? I'm a big fan. Now move! Don't adjust your television sets. Your regularly scheduled program will be back shortly. Now, this message goes out to the new guy in town. It seems that you're looking to spend some money in this great city of ours. I'm here to tell you that the Torchheads are open for business. You may have heard of us as the #1 supplier of nuke in old Detroit. The most potent, addictive drug available in front of every convenience store, school, or library near you. But that's not all we're capable of.
The Mohawk wobble is brilliant, and I love it.
Let's get you up here.
Oh, and we will tweak the graphic settings in just a second.
We'll get Officer Howard to illustrate the point. You see, Officer Howard made a drug bust that cost us a lot of money. We want to reward this dutiful officer with a performance bonus. A lifetime supply of nuke. Oh man, you're gonna have the time of your life. There you go. Enjoy. New guy. Us Torchheads are more than capable of doing whatever you need done in our city. So what is it, huh? Arson, smuggling, drug dealing, good old-fashioned murder. We do it all. You've got the money, we've got the power. So let's talk.
I feel like we're getting pitched here. I feel like I was on the other side of an interview. Doobie-doo apples and pears, we've got arson, we've got drug dealing, we've got smuggling. If you need crime, we'll do you a crime. Bravo! Hey!
Good to see you, Murphy. Lieutenant's at the main entrance to the TV station.
Okay, bear with me a second while we just tweak stuff, but... Alright, so... God, I will say one thing for Capcom. Their menu settings letting you know how everything... No, motion blur. Letting you know how everything gets affected is lovely. Bring that post-processing down, yo. There we go. Much better. Much better. Okay. Yes, caffeine. Police are armed with the Steyr Org, or the AUG, if you want to be bastard about it. Which was, if I remember correctly, basically kind of like the iconic sci-fi gun, like that and the G11 of like 80s action films. So it makes a gloriously weird sense. Yeah, Kowloon, back in the 80s, it was the gun of the future. I was obsessed with knowing things about that gun for ages because I was a fucking dork. It has a... what is it? Is it analog? Basically, if you pull the trigger back a little bit, it fires one bullet. If you pull the trigger back all the way, it fires a lot of bullets. It's very clever. Okay. It is an analog trigger. Okay, I wasn't going completely mad. And you look like I feel... Okay, so first things first, just in case it doesn't come across. The Stompity is awesome. Like, Robo feels heavy to play as.
Shaky. Judgment Day's here!
No, that's the other game, mate. It's the other game. Oh, and just so you know, friends, we will be going through all the stores later on. Also, Kitty!
Hey, handsome, we're here for the show. Go get it, Robo.
You know what? I don't have a witty line. Ah, Delta City! Remember that nonsense.
Just another day in old Detroit. I'm telling you.
Oh,
This town
sorry about that.
like we're not there already.
Alright, I'm just seeing if they've got anything like a zoom or anything like that. Get free loot! The good kind! I promise, it's not a green gun.
They came out of the trucks and they just started shooting at anything that moved.
I can see your lady is still quite shaken up. I'll get one of the paramedics to check on her.
Oh, don't bother. She's only jonesing.
Alright, so this is my Robo Detect Vision. CRT mode. I don't know if it comes across because of the,
I wouldn't bother. I already ran the plates.
You should know by now when it comes to evidence, we're hoarders.
Huh. Like, Nick, that's something we'll have to dig into another day. I will say that at some point I would like to play Starship Troopers.
If it keeps on like this, we're gonna run short of body bags.
I would like to play the Starship Troopers title with all of you lot.
I'm gonna give you 10 milligrams of diazepam to make you comfortable.
Make it double.
Also, friends, I want to let the opening segment speak for itself before we get into the open world area, which is why I haven't really started, like, breaking down what we're seeing here. But so far, it feels right.
We can't wait any longer. Those trigger-happy maniacs have a ton of hostages. But sir... Roger that. Over and out.
Personal
What
space.
is the situation?
Goddamn OCP tells us to stand down till SWAT arrives. That's our situation.
Looks like I'm on the way out.
Not so fast, buddy. Who do you think is gonna clean up this place? I'm not letting you off that easily.
You sound just like my wife.
If that's the case, let's get you patched up.
Look, Kindle, if you only had one piece of you that was still people,
Press here.
you'd maintain it. Robo
Medic.
knows what's up.
There you are, partner.
Lewis?
The hell is going on up there?
Sorry, dude. The police want us to release the hostages. So no hard feelings.
Hey, you can't go in yet. We need to wait for the reinforcements.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yeah, let's fucking go, Robo!
We need to find another way. It is too dangerous to cross.
For me. But you can take the heat. Go. I'll figure something out. Besides, you could do with a head start. Go on.
Let's fucking go! And Rilu, Watto and welcome.
I've got a signet ring. How much do you think I can get for it? Is it gold? It was taken off someone famous. Just look at him. He looks kind of familiar. Guys, we've got company. Anyone expecting a silver freak?
You have fucked up. Right
Drop it,
now.
Scum.
Oh shit! Maybe this will be our next crotch-only playthrough. So how's the aiming? Oh, there we go! I should give the Uzi a little shoot. You know what, Martin? I think I will. He said he took the ring off a famous guy. There was a little something to be found here. Ah, yes! You have severely fucked up. Dead or alive, I'm shooting off your dick. Sorry. So good! This isn't a cover shooter. I am the cover. Yes, Murphy!
Warning. All personnel, evacuate immediately.
Yeah, well, Fearless, we'll work that out later. Shooting off dicks, RoboCop versus the Sexorcist. Okay, I just want to take a moment to appreciate that. Before we start, breaking into what this game is saying and how it's coming together, like, in terms of just pure, hey, remember that film? That was that.
All personnel,
the theme song, the impact, the fact that every fucking shot just shreds the scenery. This isn't realism. This is authenticity.
all personnel.
Worried about the weight limit?
Lewis, you're here.
We need to get these elevators back online. The service box is in the basement.
Let me.
I doubt you had time between all
So,
the
Martin,
heroics,
we're going to
but
be
I
getting
got a
into
key card
that.
from
We're
the
going to be
janitor.
getting into that.
It's good to do some real street work from time to time, you know? After you.
Like, it's a complicated topic.
They sabotage the elevators and staircase too. They obviously don't want to be disturbed.
But as I said, so Martin, I want to give this game a little chance to breathe before we get into it. One of the things that I do know is that once we get into the open world section, that Robo here has a morality system. And the morality system is not good versus evil. It's not like, did you save the kitten or did you punt the old man in the junk? Oh, crime evidence. Love it. But so far as it's been explained to me, we'll be getting into it later, but there are two paths you can take. One is whether you serve the law and the interests of OCP, and the other is if you serve the community. And while I think that's something that's kind of at the core of the discussion of this, it's interesting that those are the two sides.
Is fresh.
I bet some of those idiots are still here.
Exactly, Nick. The basic premise of this game is it's asking you to choose between acting in the public interest, acting in the public trust, or upholding the law. And those things are opposed. So yeah. If you do have a delay... Oh. Hint program. Oh, press B to heal yourself. Alright. Robo, you've had the shit kicked out of you. Heal up.
They
Ah, good old OCP recovery charge. So yeah, again, we need to let the game have enough time to breathe. This opening segment is very much on rails. What up? Oh, straight in the crotch.
Any more tricks up your sleeve?
I will keep...
What a warm welcome, don't you think?
Please don't interrupt me when I am one-lining. I don't get to do it very often. Ah, darn it. Oops, all crotch shots. Because it's always interesting that, like... Sorry, I'm quick. You can't break the law, you are the law. Well, see, Flavor 6! I don't know if the Longship as a whole has just reached, like, sentient hive mind nonsense, but I was about to say, like, putting this and Judge Dredd side by side, both being critiques of, like, you know... Both being critiques of, like, future law enforcement isn't invalid. Judge Dredd is absolute, and like absolute face-punching fascism. Robo here was made by a corporation with the intent of replacing... Yeah. We're gonna get into this. I know I have the micro Uzi, but...
Easy.
Free money. Lizzie's like, what is this Future Cops you're talking about? Yeah, I know. It's not Future Cop LAPD. Can't all be winners. Martin, yes, there is achievement for shooting people in the dick. I did see it. Press left trigger to investigate. Ooh, cause of death, nuke overdose. I've got my crime vision. I should also say, friends, is that I had the RoboCop game for the fucking Game Boy as a kid. And as good as that game was, it was fucking impossible if you didn't have the original, whatchamacallit? If you didn't have the original manual. Because there was a section where you had to... Sir. There was a section where you couldn't complete unless you had the original manual. And it's the scene where you have to try and, like, use the crime identification database. So yeah, the RoboCop franchise haunted me for a long time because I could never get past that one time section. Sir.
Gotta say, I did not expect such a big crowd.
Incriminating documents. No, Angel Cleaner. Everything is so over the top. Again, this isn't about realism, right? This is about, like, the world that was put forward and experiencing that. Alright, so one thing that we can say from the sound design from the initial is, like, in the same way that Alien Isolation took Alien the film and made it a Bible, this game has clearly taken the first RoboCop film and made that the absolute blueprint for everything that happens here, right? you know, for those of you that know Shooty Gun Bang, the RoboCop's pistol's actually just a burst shot Beretta, given a cool little casing. But in the film, it is a super weapon that fucking shreds. And that's what they're emulating. You know, Robo's feedy stomps, the wet squidge, the ridiculousness of all the impacts of the shot. Oh, okay, so Felix was saying this takes place between RoboCop 2 and 3. But you have to agree, it is definitely taking all its visual, sound, and the feel of it from the first film. And one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about that is that we've had a lot of reimaginings of franchises. Oh! Get fucked! Oh, good on you for taking a helmet. I'm RoboCop. Sorry. Oh, you did not just throw a grenade at me. You did not just. It's going in your dick. Ah, he dick dodged! Ah! Sorry. Oh, Angel Clear says most of the Note are eating lunch. Hey, most of the sound effects you hear, like the crunches and chunks, are actually made by doing terrible things to vegetables. But no, I was lucky enough to be like alongside Alien Isolation when it was being made. I didn't work on it in any way, shape, or form, and I take no credit. But the level to which Alien was understood and deconstructed to make that game, I thought was really fascinating. And we didn't see that same level of care when it came to, like, Alien Covenant, which was a film made by the original creator. You know, we have seen a RoboCop reboot, and it's fucking bad.
This fake ad is brought to you by Trojan, does not protect against RoboCop same bots.
It does not. It does not. Sorry. Akira Zero, thank you for the 500. That's really fucking cool of you, and thank you. It's just, I had this image in my head of one of the marketing managers of Trojan condoms being in front of a press conference and being like, look, no, at no point did we ever say it stops bullets. It stops babies. Why would you even... No, we will not be answering the class action suit of people trying to protect their junk from RoboCop. Using our brand. Who even came up with this idea? I'm not even supposed to be here today. Sorry. I don't know why. That just made me fucking laugh. Alright. Short circuit detected.
I am detecting a short circuit. We need to isolate the cables.
I think I've got something just for that.
You are very resourceful.
Thanks, but I'd say it was a team effort. They're holding everyone in the studio. It's on the 30th floor.
Oh look, it's the main block from the Prodigy. It's a right fire starter, that one.
So, our friend friends in blue finally decided to join our glamorous show. I'm afraid you're too late for my autograph.
Chopper's ready.
I've got to go, but the party goes on. Guys, make sure you provide all our guests with a decent amount of amusement, so don't skimp on the nuke. See ya.
What a freaking psycho.
That was a cool
We need
little
to be
touch.
quick before they kill anyone else. I know that look, Murphy. You saw something, didn't you?
We are here to enforce the law, Lewis. Let us stay focused.
Right. Just keep in mind that I'm here if you need me, partner.
Yeah, mine. Go get the good sleep. Someone has to.
Just look at that, boys. The police dog and its bitch.
Not sure which one is which.
You're gonna take that back.
I am bulletproof, you dweebs.
That metal frame, burn him up.
Scumbag!
The Sex Assist 12, Robo Dick. Oh, I'm gonna do some crimes. Probably shouldn't say that if I'm supposed to be an officer of the law. But what can I say? RoboCop, he's something else.
Come get some!
This is IT support. Fuck! Who's next? Fucking hell. Nah. If we're gonna be RoboCop, we gotta do this right. That was a strike. I am, in fact, going bowling. Just collecting evidence. It's alright, we got this. Are we the buddies? Scanning material. Strong antidepressants and a television. Yeah, you know what? It's a question that answers itself. Also, friends, it's nice to see the adventure line from Stanley Parable getting work. Because I understand times have been tough for them, so it's nice to see them, it's nice to see it come together. Okay, when you face a criminal taken hostages, you only have a few seconds to eliminate the threat and protect the innocent. Use your extraordinary reflexes to meet this challenge. Alright. Yeah!
Thank God you've come. This lady really needs to see a doctor.
Murphy, these people need help. Why don't you go ahead? I'll stay with them.
Dun 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 dun.
This is Lewis. We have rescued 3 hostages, one with a gunshot wound to the abdomen, requesting urgent medical assistance.
Lewis, that's 4 hostages. We saved the other person. Yeah. So right now, the interesting thing is, like, this is absolutely encapsulating the excellent parts of RoboCop. And it's fun. Now, how that is used moving forward, and again, what this game ends up saying artistically is going to be a big part of, like, today's discussion. But as I said, I wanted to give this game a chance to breathe first before we draw any conclusions. Because, like, as Martin was asking earlier, does this game count as Copaganda? And that's a very, very complicated question. But first we need to get through this. Yep. He's not going to be in RoboCop 2. Woo indeed, friend. Oh god! That guy is literal jam. Literal jam. Alright. Kybal, go get some sleep. I don't think RoboCop is going to be very conducive to a good night's snoozing, so I completely understand. But it's lovely to see you, and I hope you're doing well, friend. You know, I know Alien Isolation gets brought up a lot, but, you know, you should be real fucking proud of being a part of that game. Are those paint cans? I don't know. But yeah, so friends, I'm trying not to deconstruct things too quickly because it needs a chance to breathe. And Martin, like, again, going back to your previous point, the game I do want to talk about is Ready or Not. As soon as we're done with this. As soon as we're done with this lot. Oh, that's what you meant about the paint cans with the explosions. There's the iconic fall. I don't know if you saw that fall from the balcony there, but that's the classic stuntman fall. Love it. I mean, this is proper, like, 80s gratuitous violence. And, like, currently, you know, currently there's no ambiguity as to whether or not we are doing good guy shit or bad guy shit right now. You know, these guys came in, they took a bunch of hostages, force-fed them drugs. You know, this isn't a moral ambiguity part of the game. Yeah, no, Jamami, that he blew my hand off bark was perfect.
For it to have the proper fall, we need the Wilhelm scream.
You're right, we do need the Wilhelm scream. Props to that guy. I don't know what his plan was, but... Oh, he is not going to be in RoboCop 3. But here's the thing, friends. Like, again, I cannot state how well the control scheme informs... sorry, the control scheme enforces this feeling of you being, like, a fucking mech. Like, friends, the control scheme feels like playing, like, Battletech Light. Everything is so heavy and so powerful. Ah, beans. Oh, shit.
Darling, could you get the napkins from the cupboard?
Sure thing, Mom. What are we having?
It's a surprise. Little man, have you washed your hands?
Do I really have to? I wasn't playing in the dirt.
Of course you do. No more discussion.
This is inspired. So we're walking through the TV set of a sitcom while he is having
He can be back for dinner?
flashbacks.
Alex, what do you think about the color of this dress? I'm not sure if I like the pattern.
What the fuck?
James really looks up to you. He said in school that he wants to be a police officer just like his dad.
That's some fucking time looping shit right there.
My hands are shaking! Kill the hostages!
Robo, you are not okay. You have a robo concussion.
Hey, no sudden moves, cop! I'm not dying here! Get me another one of those choppers, like the one that took Soot! You hear me?
You work so hard, honey. Why don't you take some leave? We all could use a little break from this reality, don't you think?
Wakey, wakey! I'm talking to you, Shiny! Stand back from that door, or I'll shoot her! I swear to nuke!
I don't know what I would do if I ever lost you.
You got 3 seconds! 3!
Our family is the only thing I need to be happy.
2! Are you fucking deaf?
Promise me, we will stay like this forever.
1! Last chance, weirdo!
I love you so much, Alex.
You okay there, Murphy?
Look who got the fancy character model.
From me.
I am sorry.
Can you see? It's unstable! Ma'am, please, calm down. It's been a very tough evening, and I assure you that everyone wants to be back home with their families. Though for some of us, the night has just begun.
Yes! We are going to wreck that tower. I know, and Sean, that would be interesting to do. But, ooh.
I can pay my bail now. Cash? No problem. Do you take singles?
Get back in line.
They're here.
Man, way to golf clap me in, Jesus.
Good job, Murphy.
I think you're forgetting someone.
Officer Lewis, you were remarkable.
Soot ran off with his tail between his legs.
Would have been nice if we caught him, though.
All right, all right. Are you done with this circle jerk, huh? Good. We've got a problem.
The malfunction caught on camera provokes a question. Can we put our safety into the hands of a machine? Especially one as unreliable as RoboCop.
I just saved your ruddy life!
Max Becker, the head of security concepts at OCP.
Now quiet!
We would never put a defective product on the streets. That's not what we do.
We all saw it hesitate in a life and death situation. Why? Does it really know right from wrong?
Listen, I would trust this guy with my kids. I mean, if I had any. This was just an isolated glitch. Thank you.
Mr. Becker, I've got more questions.
And Quasi, Watto and welcome.
I just want to snap her little neck. But she's got a point.
I took a fucking grenade to the face, mate. I clearly...
This was not an isolated incident. It's a pattern. A pattern that the old man wants examined and fixed. Time to see what's hiding in that metal head of yours.
We know what's in Murphy's head. It's what's in yours that worries us.
Oh, cross counter!
And you might just find out. You, follow me.
Everyone is dismissed. And Lewis, I need your report on the TV station incident. On the double.
On it, Sarge.
Objective complete. Breaking news. Alright, and I am going to do that thing where I end up, like, drastically examining all of the feckin', ongoing assets. Angel Queen says, not sure I've seen RoboCop. Well, the surface level stuff's pretty simple. Alex Murphy is a good cop, and he gets a bad day rap. He gets completely shot to shit by very bad people. However, he is turned into a cyborg, the first cyborg cop, the RoboCop. And through the power of cool robot stuff and detective crime work, he saves the day. It is a dystopian future, I don't know, satirical look at, like, I don't know, late stage America from a not quite but almost cyberpunk lens. As a film, like, RoboCop, at least the first one, goes fucking levels deep. The core crux of RoboCop as a film is the police force of Detroit have been privatized. They are owned by a corporation, OCP. The big villainous tower you saw at the beginning. And Murphy here isn't just a cyborg, he is their property. And throughout the course of the film, it's the interests of the corporation versus the interests of the people. The cops are being pushed further and further and eventually strike, resulting in a situation of complete lawlessness. But as it comes forward later on, the corps were kind of pushing them into that situation so they could replace them with, you know, basically an army of RoboCops. Fuck. Man, I'm so glad we got more coffee. I'm trying to think of all the, like, what are the core points from, like, OG RoboCop? Yeah, the setting, dystopian corporate future based on 80s mentality. Not the same one... Not the same...
God damn it, when will this be fixed?
Don't hold your breath. OCP isn't looking to spend a dime on our equipment.
Allow me to help.
What seems to be the problem?
My damn locker won't open. Can you try?
Fuck yeah.
Wait, what is all this shit doing in my locker?
They wanted you to be safe out there.
Yeah, you guys, very fun.
But yeah, so RoboCop is God, a dystopian future. It is a satire. Originally, the film is punctuated by these little commercials that just kind of sum up the world as it is. That was very much like, what if 80s America was taken to its like absolute dystopian zenith, which they continue in the second one. Featuring a scene where Mr. Transformers himself, Michael Bay, gets electrocuted in a car. That's a fun fact for you. If you didn't know, yes, that is Michael Bay in the car electric chair commercial at the beginning of RoboCop 2. If you're bored, I believe it's on Netflix, the series The Films That Made Us on RoboCop is fascinating because this was actually an incredibly troubled production. The film, I don't know about the game, with... the guy who played Bishop in Aliens was originally slated to be RoboCop, but he got done for drug charges. And after a long search, they settled on Peter Weller. Apparently, he had the worst fucking time doing this. Everybody argued constantly, but it ended up producing an incredible film. So, wait, why am I going to showers? I'm a fucking cyborg. Sorry. There are loads and loads of themes going on in RoboCop that you can watch it as an action film and go, boy, that sure was cool that time RoboCop shot that guy in the dick. Or you can look at like a whole bunch of different things, you know, what it is that makes a person, you know, it dealt directly with some very, very interesting personal concepts around transhumanism and stuff like that. And it was incredibly critical of where the police falls in day-to-day society. But it is not overtly anti-law enforcement, but it has no qualms in highlighting the... Sorry, I'm trying to phrase this correctly, because I don't want to speak out of turn. See, Martin was asking about the whole Copaganda angle. I do not think, humbly, I don't think that RoboCop comes under Copaganda. I don't think it is designed to make, you know, American law enforcement seem overtly good and brilliant. They are very much the underdogs in this. But it's more a critique on corporate America. See, during the Game Awards, you might have seen the trailer for Ready or Not, which is a SWAT-based multiplayer shooter. Ready or Not is made by an Australian development team, and it is a game that gives me the ick. Because, unintentionally or not, Ready or Not is definitely Copaganda. You know, SWAT are the only heroes who can go in and save the day. When everyone else is bad and terrible, you, SWAT cops, will be the ones who do the cool shooty gun bang and do the great bit. Grand Take's like, but Will, they didn't put politics in action movies till Disney bought Star Wars. Fuck, you're right, I'm sorry. You know what, it must have been some dodgy coffee from the coffee machine. I'm just making shit up. You know what, Nick, thank you so much for summing up what I was trying to say way better. Nick was saying, It is not Copaganda to say that cops should be there to actually protect people from crime and not serve corporate and political interests. You know, Robert Bobert Copert's struggle throughout like the film is his prime directives. And the whole... Apologies if I'm spoiling a little bit of RoboCop for you. So, Robo has 3 directives, which I think we'll go over. It's like, uphold the law, protect the public interest, and, I don't know, don't be a dick. But there is a secret 4th directive that he's given, which is that he must always act in the interests of OCP, the private corporation that built him, or should say built his cybernetic parts. And for RoboCop to really save the day, he must overcome this programming that he must, above all else, adhere to corporate wishes. And you know what? I don't think that is a Copaganda thing to say with your art. Again, Paul Verhoeven loves getting cerebral with his films. And the fact that he could do that with something that's also just a fucking great action movie is great. Same thing with Fascism and Starship Troopers, but we'll do that another day. Yeah, you know what? Actually, Quasi, that is a real good point of, like... That is a real good point of, like, you know, where is the National Guard on that one, but... It's definitely something that's not taken... It's treated as a self-contained little setup. Alright, Angel Kalina, have a lovely rest of your day. To be continued.
My favorite walking, talking law enforcement machine.
Okay, let's get on with it.
So, I think what's important now is to see what does this game try and say in the same space.
That's a nasty scar. I'd like to see the other guy. Am I right?
You do not. Trust me.
Don't mind me. I'll just get this off.
So, here's the deal, Robo. The old man is not happy with your performance. Instead of sending you to the scrapyard, as I suggested, he wants to fix you. Hey, pretty boy. You sure know how to make an impression on the ladies.
Doesn't it hurt him?
Hurt? Lady, he's a machine. He's legally dead. We can do whatever we want with him.
No, madam. It does not hurt me physically.
So we're going to equip you with a little monitoring chip.
Fuck.
It will do a real-time check of your systems so we can get to the bottom of what the hell is wrong with you. From now on, your performance will be monitored and graded. So better be on your best behavior, huh?
The chip is in. Let's see what we have here.
Fred makes a really, really good point, which is why this discussion today is important. Because it is entirely possible that people will play this game having never seen RoboCop. You know, it is a film from the 80s. It's old. You know, those of us that grew up in the 90s, we kind of grew up in the shadow of these films. You know, Predator, RoboCop, you know, Aliens, you know, these huge cinematic works that shaped everything that came after. But it's been a long time. Yeah, and Nick, that's the thing where this may potentially fall down, is accidental Copaganda. You know, let us not forget Streets of Rage, where your super move was basically to have cops show up with a fucking chain gun or a missile launcher and just casually shell an area of the city. Don't even worry about it. Now, Fred, Rambo is one... God. They'd never, ever let the license go out to somebody who wanted to do what I want to do with Rambo, which is do the first game, the first movie, as a game. There's no way I would be allowed to do that. But that's one of those, like, if I had stupid money and a dev team, because it's Rambo is one of the most fascinating like subversions of an initial premise. If you haven't seen it, first Rambo is about a guy who went to Vietnam and has PTSD and a bunch of corrupt cops try and do bad shit. So he fucking booby traps and destroys them all. Rambo 2, he goes back to the jungle and does all the things that fucked him up, but now it's awesome, so don't worry about it. Sean was saying, I think that RoboCop is anti-corporation, very. Anti-government control, very. At the same time, simplify the bad guys as being cartoonishly level bad, so it's okay to justify murdering them. The villains in... Okay. No piece of media is perfect. And again, like, I'm trying to make sure we're discussing this right, but... the initial villains in RoboCop are very much based on this faux... Much like the Warriors and things like that, from this idea that for a time, New York was just this fucking lawless, gang-controlled hellscape. And that idea kind of permeated media for a long time. Like, the perception of New York as a place for a long, long time was like, you know, yeah. Well, if you've seen, hell, even like Last Action Hero and stuff like that perception filtered through Hollywood and very much became like a self-fulfilling prophecy. RoboCop definitely takes that idea of these punk gangs out in the streets doing drugs, robbing old ladies and shooting up places. However, I will say that, at least for the film, RoboCop does a much better job later on of showing like the different and strange, weird forms of crime. I'm trying to remember if it's from 1 or 2, where there's like it's like a Little League coach and a bunch of kids with baseball bats just beating the fuck out of some poor little corner store clerk and stealing their shit. And I was like, damn, that's... okay. Ah, lovely.
Fun.
Sorry, I need to...
Bobert Copert.
Yes, Bobert Copert. Oh, old office hostages saved. Studio hostages. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. Okie dokie. Each time you get a new level, you receive a skill point. Why does Robo need skills? Shockwave, armor, vitality, dash, cracking, slow motion. Ricochet lets you hit enemies behind cover by bouncing bullet off certain spots. That sounds fun. Okay, so there's psychology and deduction. Why would I want anything other than these two? Also, once again, friends, if your game has a system where you have to spend XP to get more XP later, you've designed a bad system and you should feel bad. Anyway. So, Sean... people's misunderstanding of media is an interesting discussion. You know, the movie Falling Down is... God. That is a whole kettle of monkeys. And I'd like to avoid going too far down that rabbit hole. Because there's a lot to unpack with this. Because in attempting to create something that is... that does critique parts of society, parts of government or law enforcement or what have you, it is unfortunately possible that no matter how blatant your critique of it, people will misunderstand it. Like, I'm going to try not to go too far into like current events and things like that, but one need only look at the adoption of the symbol of the Punisher for across North America. That's a very good example of people, I don't want to say appropriating, but completely misunderstanding what it is that's happening. And unfortunately, there's no protection against that. And Lizzie, exactly. Rage Against the Machine. No, we did talk about them being on the BBC the other day, and that's still one of my favourite things. However, so it does look like psychology and deduction are what give us the cool stuff. Experience from notes. Now, do we want enhanced scanning or... You know, we'll go for enhanced scanning because that's going to be the most amount of, like... Yeah, that's going to give us the most amount of nonsense. Okay. You know, Evil Geek, certain groups do care more about aesthetics than messages. And it's not even care. It's just they see and there's a lack of care. There's no deep dive, you know? But that's another story. So, one of the other things that does happen with a lot of those classic 80s franchises is that because of the rule of cool, a lot of people do look at it at a surface level and take a... Yeah, you know what, Deus? That's a much clearer way of putting it, which is the inherent risk of art. Interpretation is infinite and unique, and yeah, sometimes people can see things the way that they want to. Alright, we don't have anything cool we can put into our, like, super shooty gun, but there we go.
Well, I can already see some unwanted activity in your hippocampus. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Other than that, everything seems to be installed correctly. To be sure, let's make a simple test to check that all circuits are...
Here we go.
What are your prime directives?
Serve the public trust. Protect the innocent. Uphold the law.
Okay, nothing disturbed. However, like with any new upgrade, I recommend visiting the range to check if you need calibration.
Is that everything?
Actually, no. Doctor?
Oh, yes, sorry. My name is Dr. Olivia Blanche. I'm a police psychologist. I specialize in dealing with police officers suffering from emotional trauma.
Emotional trauma? Might as well talk to the microwave. It hasn't been working properly either.
OCP wanted to see if you'd be willing to have a talk with me as part of your evaluation. I noticed that a great deal of care has been put into making sure that your mechanical components work. However, one aspect of your composition that has been severely neglected is your human side, your brain.
I agree. If it was up to me, I'd remove it altogether. What do you think, Doctor? Would save us a lot of hassle.
I don't mind the hassle. So what do you say, officer? Is that possibly something that could be of interest to you?
I am not sure.
Robo, Reed wants everyone in the briefing room in 5. It's about the new guy.
I hope we get to throw Max Becker out a window as well.
Excuse me, Dr. Blanche, but I am needed elsewhere.
But we...
Well, can't say we didn't try. Everyone get back to whatever the fuck you usually do around here.
Okay. So yes, one of the things I do want to do today is see what this is saying and what this is going for. With video games, because they put us in a character's robotic shoes, they put us in the experience in strange ways. As best we can, it would be nice to understand what this ends up saying. I don't know if we'll be able to do that because sometimes you do need to go right through a title. See, this isn't something we do with the Starship Troopers game. Now, if you get the chance, and you haven't, watch Starship Troopers the movie. It's fucking brilliant. But the thing about Starship Troopers is it is a huge I don't even want to say send up. It is the dystopian future from a fascist perspective. And is also one that's unfortunately misinterpreted. But what has happened with Starship Troopers is at the core, the people versus bugs conflict is so infected with the rule of cool that tends to be the focus. To my understanding, we have not had a Starship Troopers game that addresses, like, what rampant fascism... It addresses the rampant fascism that the film talks about. Yeah, Ehrman, Starship Troopers, the movie is a critique of the book. The book is very like, yay! Super army fascism! And the game's like... the movie's like, boy, that would be fucking awful. I'm gonna show you why. Like... The bit that always sticks with me is how we follow 3 characters throughout. We follow, what's his name, Rico. We follow his girlfriend, who's just an arse. And we follow Doogie Howser. And how they all go off in 3 different directions. Like, our main guy, he goes into the infantry, she goes into the Air Force, and Neil Patrick Harris goes into the psychic SS. And then when they all come back at the end, and you see how the system has just destroyed them all. But because they're inside the machine, they're inside the fascist entity, for them it's like almost like a freeze frame end of sitcom, like, yeah, moment. Their friends dead. They have been broken and damn near killed and destroyed, except for our evil psychic, Inquisitor/SS officer, like, whose main contribution is broadcasting the fear of the creatures that they are trying to destroy. Yeah, Jemami, that bit right there. Oh. However, they did such a good job with Starship Troopers conflict points, like the people versus the bugs. The Rough Riders in that last stand moment where they realize they've been lured into a fucking ambush. Like, oh fuck. That is one of the great cinematic moments. You know, the creature design on the bugs is just exceptional. And the kind of Generosaur, like, every military rule of cool together design around the soldiers in Starship Troopers. It's fucking brilliant. And it has meant that that's way more easily transferable to a video game. RoboCop's much harder. And honestly, most of the games we saw were just like platformers where Robo shoots people in the face. I think the most iconic one, mainly because it was...
I tell you, it was crazy in that TV station. Good job you had Murphy in with you. You bet. Without him, we'd all be goners.
One of the most notable RoboCop games is RoboCop vs. Terminator, which doesn't make a lick of sense, but I'll be honest with you, that's not trying... RoboCop vs. Terminator is not trying to say anything. They took 2 cool 80s things and smashed them together at the end. Like... Yeah, no, Fred, you're right. It doesn't even adapt the comics well. It was actually one of the reasons why people were so surprised that Alien vs. Predator ended up being so good. Alright, so we've got the cells down here.
Robo-Pig! Why do you have to spoil our fun all the time? You metal freak!
Fair. But yeah, so I would love to play the Starship Troopers game with you all. I'm hoping that it goes on sale during the Steam sale, because you can get up to 16 people in it, and it's simultaneously like a base building wave survival game.
Murphy, I heard you're scheduled for calibration. Step right up and press the button when you're ready.
All right.
50 points is what OCP calls a passing grade. Shouldn't be a problem for you.
Oh, I'm supposed to shoot everybody's. Alright.
Not even 50, huh? Maybe they really did mess you up in that lab.
Why am I shooting everybody's stuff? Sorry, I'm just going to cheat a little bit.
It's 50. I'm gonna try to break through.
Almost!
The eggheads know that you're good to go.
Almost.
See you in the briefing room.
And if you're wondering, yes, I did just switch to mouse so I can make quicker shots. But yeah. With RoboCop as a series, the subsequent films moved less and less away from kind of like the critique of really anything and moved more into, I don't know, the transhumanism elements were discussed, which was interesting. You know, at the end of RoboCop 1, it's very much put forward that, you know, Murphy has maintained his humanity, a part of who he is made it through, which we as the audience understood, but, you know, the film realizes. I believe in RoboCop 2 there's a whole subplot of how, like, Murphy's wife does not want him around. Like, she already buried him. And from her perspective, you know, this great big walking murder fridge is not her husband. And so he's going through some shit on that one. He's basically going through a divorce. But again, the second one moves further and further away from any real critique. Oh, Order of Talon, Watto and welcome. And you could argue that RoboCop 3 is kind of about gentrification. And it does touch on how commercials and advertising, especially to children, are used as a form of propaganda.
Hi, Murphy.
But that's really about it. You know, Robo has a jetpack. There are these, like, high-powered samurai cyborgs that are straight up cyberpunk. And it's just, it's not even trying to say anything at that point. You know? Hell, if you look at RoboCop 2 a little bit too closely, there's a whole thing about how Murphy's desire to do good, to be good, to try at least, is as strong as the villain's addiction to not meth. Because it's implied that they tried to make a bunch of other cyborgs, and the cyborgs all, for varying reasons, went crazy and destroyed themselves. Except for Murphy here, and this one guy who was addicted to super crack, so... Oh, the nuke, if you will. So, it's not quite Highlander 2, but it's interesting. I'll say the grungy messiness of this all is really, really working. Oh, wait, sorry. So yeah, TLDR on Starship Troopers. The games are awesome, but they're all just, I don't know, 40k light. They're all humans versus space bugs. There's power armor. It's kind of fun. It's kind of cool. The critique is long gone.
No, I just can't do it. There is no way. Murphy, would you give me a hand? I can deal with blood, guts, but puke is a no-go for me. Oh, be a sport and move his ass to the drunk tank for me. You've got your special gloves and extra protection, so you shouldn't mind.
Please do not throw up on me, citizen.
Just take him downstairs. I owe you one, Murphy. Oh no, the smell is following you. I'm gonna be sick.
This fake ad is brought to you by Murphy's Law. Whatever can go wrong, shoot it in the flower.
Shoot it in the dick! Would you care for uppies, citizen? Akira Zero, thank you for the bits, friend.
Look who's back home. Just toss him in one of the empty cells.
Finally. Home.
Sleep tight.
Aww. Airman, you make a good point that Murphy surviving his transition to cybernetic body because of his strict Catholic upbringing would take too long to unpack. Yeah. It's often a thing that a large proportion of those, like, 80s franchises had to deal with, in that they gave us impossible characters, and then due to their own success and sequelization, they then had to justify it. Like, honestly, we never needed to know... There never needed to be a magical reason why Murphy, more than anyone else, you know, became RoboCop. Don't worry, Akira Zero, that guy's out for the night. He's just gonna go for sleepy times. But... Alright, let's get...
Could you please help me out here?
What's up? Too many complaints.
Seems to be the problem, officer.
Reed is in the briefing room, and I have my hands full. There are so many complaints filing in that I can't keep up. It's getting crazy in here. Could you open up another line and help me?
I am here to serve the public trust.
Take the spot on the podium.
Okay.
You're a lifesaver, Robo.
Alright, I guess we're doing the boring bit of police work. Let's hot fuzz this.
This line is open. Please form an orderly queue.
Officer, I have a problem. My neighbors are hostile toward me. I think it's because they're jealous of my new dog. Why would they get so worked up every time I take him for a walk?
What is his name?
He has a beautiful red coat, so I call him Fire. He likes to hide, so sometimes I have to yell, "Fire! Fire!" to find him. Anyway, can you do something about my neighbors?
Okay, so we have a choice here. We can either issue him a ticket for saying "fire, fire" while he's out and about, or no, and issue him a warning. Like... Well, no, so like, Akira Zero, like, joking aside, has anyone here not seen Hot Fuzz? Because if you haven't, that is something to watch, because Hot Fuzz is a send-up of every, like, action cop movie, because no one is killed, and everything is done via... all the paperwork for all of the nonsense is also shown. And Judica, I kind of...
Do you think I'm funny, meow?
Thank you, Bacon. Thank you. But yeah, the idea that the rest of the force doesn't know how to treat robos, they just keep giving him the shit jobs because he'll do them. What, Quasi? The police don't kill anybody in Hot Fuzz. Like, in all of the gunfights, in all the shooty gunbang, no one is shot and killed. You know what? There is an excellent Reset the Clock! Movies with Mikey episode about Hot Fuzz that says it way better than I could. But, mate, you need to stop yelling fire! This is one of those ones where I don't know which way it's going to go. But, sir, please stop yelling fire in front of your neighbors.
Your behavior disrupts public order. I must issue a ticket.
That's mine. I don't mind paying the price for having...
Oh no, we upheld the law! Damn it!
Please.
I got something for you, officer. I know where you can find a wanted criminal. That poster over there says there's a reward for that information.
I want details.
Are you blind? I'm the guy from that poster, so... Here I am. Now, give me the money.
I will have to detain you.
Fine, but I still get the reward, right?
You can hope for a reduced sentence, or no, you do not. I would like a reward for handing in a criminal. The criminal is also me. You can have a reduced sentence.
You can hope for a reduced sentence.
That's not the reward I was hoping for, but...
There we go. That was the public trust.
It'd be good to get back to jail. Life as a free man can be tiring.
Take him away. Next, please.
Officer, I would like to report my son missing.
How old is he?
He's 24, but he's never been gone for so long without letting me know.
How long has it been?
Just over 2 days now.
We do not consider an adult missing within 72 hours.
Oh, please, I'm begging you. Something's not right. You really need to find him.
Alright, so provide me with the details, I'll look into it.
What is his name and address?
George Elkins, 7706 Orchard Avenue.
Let me check. Your son was found dead 2 hours ago.
Oh, fuck!
What? Oh, no.
Jesus, Robo, where's your bedside manner, mate? Fuck it.
Thanks for the help, Murphy.
Achievement unlocked! Devastated a mum! Fuck, dude! Like, okay, I understand, he's a robot. But like, fuck. Now, another thing that's worth saying, friends, at least when it comes to like this title, is that this game is done on a very, very sensible budget. Like, I wouldn't call this indie by any means, but this is also not a gigantic AAA endeavor. And what's interesting about that is that that's a really simple way of going through... sorry, that's a very, very simple way of covering a lot of world building. You know, like, as someone was saying earlier, the facial animations aren't world class. They are okay. And a few times I keep trying to work out how... I've become really paranoid about AI voices, so I find myself listening very, very intently to see if I can hear, like, the inflection. Oh no, my fucking life!
I thought you noticed me come in.
No, I can't see anything.
So I would draw.
One of these days you can lose a thingy. It's not even going to be on purpose.
I want to be fast enough.
How are you doing? We're hanging out with RoboCop. He just devastated some poor...
My desk came early, so we put it together.
Oh shit! Yo, Sea of Thieves later? Ah! Because we missed you yesterday.
I know.
And we missed yesterday.
So, what's on today's agenda?
The agenda is that you sit your ass down and listen.
There's no one in there. Also, friends, we... Hang on. I'll check the audio settings for a second. No, it's just regular. Alright. Sometimes different games have different audio output settings. And I do want to say that this game does have to stand next to Wanted Dead for doing wild bullshit on a budget. Wanted Dead was on no one's Game of the Year list, which is a crime.
The crime has been on the rise ever since what the media has named the new guy in town showed up in the city. The word on the street is that he wants to spend a lot of money in old Detroit and that has made every gang in the city start advertising their services. We need to find him before things get out of control.
Where do we look?
Our best bet is to see if he made contact with the Torchheads. Robo, I want you to start by checking the arcade downtown. It's become a high-activity area for punks.
Understood.
Everyone else, keep your eyes open. Any questions?
Any word on Briggs?
What happened to Briggs?
He's been missing since yesterday.
Shit.
Officer Briggs remains missing. That's over 24 hours since he's been in contact with anyone here.
Are the two cases connected?
No reason to assume so. But if anyone finds Briggs' informant, we might learn something new. All right, now get out there.
You go ahead, partner. I need to write this report, and there's something else I need to do first.
That's fine, Officer Lewis. I've got shit to do. Oh, can I introduce anyone in a can of fizz? Got fizz, regular fizz, red Zed. Oh, they got Pie Light. Love it. Dr. Yes. Anybody want a can? Anybody? No? Well, I'll tell you what. When we get back to the station, I can grab some sodas. Alright. Yeah, no, Ishko, I'll get you a Diet Fizz. Don't even worry about it. My treat.
Cruiser's ready for you, Robo. Go get him.
Duh, 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 duh. Actually, Grand Take, I think they're out of Crystal Fix, but that was like a limited time option, so... Stop wrecking the car on the way out, Robo! Bastard! Yeah, Fred, true shot to the movie. Although in that scene, Robo was booking it out because he had shit to do. We're just off on daily patrol. But yeah, this was the part of the game that I really wanted to get to and like look at with you all. So keep an open mind, keep open eyes, and let's see what it is that RoboCop Rogue City's looking to say. Now, one of these days, I do need to do some research into what led to the whole, like, the punk gang perception.
You came to clean up this city, didn't you? It'd be easier to burn it all to the ground.
Indeed, but napalm is expensive.
Burn it all.
Kitty! Can RoboCop pet the cat? Robo, why you no pet kitty? Okay, so Cult Game was saying, TLI, it costs $250k to get your trailer into the Game Awards. Do we have a source on that one? Yeah, no, can't pet the cat. RoboCop is a failure of a game. I'm sorry. You did good, Robo. Shannon Ingalls. Interesting. I'm sorry, friends. It's alright, we can stop playing the game soon, because we can't pet the cat, so... why would we even continue? Alright, did somebody want a cornetto? Oh, we can't get in. Alright. Okay. So very quickly before we go back into that one, so if you didn't play the Terminator game I was mentioning earlier, what that game did is the same thing this did, which is small, type-focused hub with like a handful of survivors, and then you could explore like this area just just shy of the Annihilation line. It uses a lot of kind of like... I don't want to say immersive sim, but it uses that same kind of like small sandbox, like that tight, focused, open world style that we've seen obviously in Deus Ex. We saw in Metro Exodus and stuff like that. And while it would have been easier for them to make level by level like linear narrative as their structure, with this it does allow you to kind of soak up that like 80s movie ambience, which can do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. Yeah, no, I'll check out the electronic stop. It says it's open.
Coming up, is your air freshener secretly killing you? Find out at 11.
Dustin! Dustin's what let us in! What the shit? Dustin, did I not laugh at one of the jokes? Was I not a good host? Dustin's not letting me in. Also, absolutely one of the dev team. But yeah, so jumping back. So apparently, Shannon Ingalls was saying that it was $250K to get your trailer to the Game Awards. It's probably worth noting that if you know Jeffrey Keighl's, or depending on what your product is, that would change what it cost. Someone was asking why GTA 6 wasn't in the Game Awards, and I honestly think that, you know, the Keighlator probably said, hey, that's going to be, you know what, for a 1.5-minute trailer, that's probably going to be a large amount of money. And they went, but we're GTA, and he just sent the bill, so they went, nah, we'll do our own launch. Which, again, would explain why the leak and why things seemed a little bit rushed for a GTA 6 reveal. Alright, so here's the map of the region we've got. As you can see, it's small. It's focused. It's cool. And there's some cool shit down this way, so let's go explore. Unless that's not open yet. First thing we do is go the wrong way. C222, just because I have been repeatedly calling him Jeffrey Keighl's. And that continues to make me laugh. But yeah, no, that doesn't surprise me that that is what it costs to be on that setup. Oh, here we go.
Could you please keep the noise down? You're scaring off my customers.
Can't hear you. Music's too loud.
Good evening. Are those two men bothering you?
First, they harass my customers. Then they threaten to burn down my shop. You need to do something about it, officer.
What do you want, cop? Can't we have a little bit of fun? We did nothing wrong.
I can help turn off the radio, destroy the radio. There is nothing wrong with breaking criminal bones. The music is too loud. I mean, we can start by being nice, right? Just turn it down, mate. There's nothing wrong with breaking criminal bones, the music is too loud. Or we just destroy the radio wholesale, like... Tunes aren't bad. It's got real, like, Kroger brand Kroger brand Creed vibes. We'll start soft on this one, because...
The music is too loud. My sound sensor measures 126 decibels. You are damaging your ears as we speak.
Ow! Oh, man, don't talk to me like that. I don't understand numbers.
None of us understand numbers. Alright, then radio's gotta go. We tried being nice.
Your volume control seems to be broken.
Leave it! That's brand new! I've only stole...
Thanks, officer.
The store clerk will no longer be harassed. Alright, so, who wanted a cornetto? Fresh as always. Potato crisps. Run of the mill. Fruity Loops. Now even sweeter. Oh shit, 3 stickers inside? Fuck, I want some stickers. Hey Fiona! Do you want some stickers? Fiona does not want stickers. Terrific jam strawberry. Peanut butter jelly cookie. Alright, let's see if they got that crystal. Alright, so they got Go-Go Cola, Buff. Holy cow, milk. Just see what they got. Chicken beef. See if they got anything in the freezer. Sorry, I know I'm the only person in the fucking industry who spends hours looking at all the, like, absolute background assets, but I love it. You can't stop me. Get some fucking waffles. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, sorry, Bacon, I know I skipped past that. The Fruity Loops had a pediatrician's warning. It will give your children diabetes. I'm just taking the opportunity to explore. Yeah, Delta City Lemonade. That's what kills you. Also, Fearless was saying that this game takes place technically between RoboCop 2 and 3, which is why you start seeing the signs for Delta City. What that's over there. Have a look in a second. God, it's one of the things I really wish that Ubisoft and a few of the other larger studios would start to think about is, like, stop building these gigantic, bland, boring worlds. Like, size of environment doesn't equal interest. You know? The old... You know, a mile wide and a puddle deep isn't what people are after. We want shit that matters. Who the fuck are you? You seem unfazed by the fact that I am RoboCop. I am impressed by this.
Hey, this area is off limits. You need permission to get in or a warrant.
Yeah, no, Kakazi, that does have that Men in Black kind of vibe to it. No, sorry, the thing that my brain keeps worrying on is, like, my lack of understanding on certain parts of, like, American pop culture can be kind of pronounced. Like, I'm not sure where the concept of, like, the street punk as gangs trope came from. To my understanding is that, like, during the early to mid 80s, New York primarily was painted very much as this, yeah, as I was saying earlier, this lawless area where, you know, punks and gangs ran wild and, you know, everything was lawless and out of control, and I don't know how legit that is. And usually with situations like that, it's safe to assume that, one, it was an over-exaggeration that became a trope thanks to Hollywood, and that probably it was a queer community of some description that were vilified in a time before, instantaneous communication. That's usually what it boils down to. Yeah, it's got no doubt it's some Reagan-era bullshit. But the reason I keep coming back to that is I don't know, and I don't want to comment on it too heavily in this, because this is kind of like 3 steps removed, right?
Hey, Robo, can you help me out here?
What's up?
Be a man, pig. Why make such a big deal?
How can I assist you, officer?
I'm trying to catch this one shifty dealer. This guy steals nuke from other pushers to sell it at half price. This dopehead buys from him but won't tell me his whereabouts. I don't know any dealer. You were carrying for 3 different pushers, so you either like to walk for miles to buy nuke, or you appreciate a discount. Don't take it out on me, because the guy broke your nose? As you can see, he doesn't want to cooperate.
So letting them steal means fewer drugs on the street, but also making him cooperate. I don't know, like, beating the fuck out of somebody for buying drugs doesn't seem like something that I want to do, and I don't think Robo would.
Allowing dealers to steal from each other may result in less drugs on the street.
What? That would suck. You need to stop him then. The guy's name's Maurice. But I don't know where to find him. I always arrange a place over a payphone. I'll give you the number. Let's hope it works. The dealer knows where the others hide their stash. We could collect nuke from the whole neighborhood if we get to him.
I will take care of it.
But you need to find a payphone first. Try near the supermarket. I think at least one of them hasn't been smashed by vandals yet.
Alright. The discount dealer. Yeah, remember payphones? Did I tell you all about the haunted... Well, not really haunted, about the payphone that plays creepy stories in Ballad? So before I continue on that one, so Erima says, it's certainly POC, and it's a bit complicated, but the view is an exaggeration. But the 70s, New York City was home to a few gang wars, particularly out of Brooklyn. Okay. But yeah, there's a phone booth in Ballad that you could just go to. It looks like a regular, like, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure style phone booth. And when you pick up the receiver, a voice on the other end tells you, like, a random fucked up story. So weird. I love this town.
Nice shiny armor, officer. Wanna be my knight?
Ma'am, I do not have any genitalia. I appreciate the sentiment, though. Be safe. Seem to have got myself lost. So he's the all mega store.
And she takes off her top and says,
Hey, this is a private conversation, pig.
RoboCop, be grey, stop crimes. I have gotten myself Detroit lost. Ah, here we go.
What?
Is this Maurice?
Listen, man, I'm really swamped with the laundry right now, so make it quick.
So you would not want to earn some money, would you?
I don't! I mean, I do. I do want to earn money. But wait. Your voice. You sound like...
A future happy customer.
fucking RoboCop! You wanna bust me? Why don't you do a better job of finding guys who vandalize phone booths? I'm losing customers because they can't find working payphone in this goddamn... What the fuck is it this time?
Anybody home?
Don't hide, Maurice. It's just a friendly visit.
You like to do laundry? You should try working at the laundromat instead of violating the basic rules.
RoboCop, you have to help me! The back of the red building by the supermarket. Apartment 6. There's some guys here. I think they mean business. Hurry!
He's on the phone.
Address acquired. Let's fucking go. Yeah, C222. The good dealer, bad dealer. That's my favourite Animaniacs skit, that one. Da 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 da. Bum ba da ba 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 ba. Okay, so everyone was just extrapolating on the NYC thing of like the so-called gang wars were used by police as a way to crack down on a whole host of things. Okay. Again, it's one of those things I don't know. And when you grow up, for those of us that grew up in monoculture, there's a lot of things that were just shown to us. And especially the whole concept of like, you know, the punk gangs of America was a trope that was carried through so much media. It was never actually really fucking explained. You know? Because in the UK, punks was a very, very specific kind of movement. You know, the punks versus skinheads. That's something we could unpack for like 5 fucking hours. But...
I hear footsteps. If someone starts shooting again, make sure the kids hide under the bed.
Fuck. Subtle. Okay. So Maurice didn't make it out. Alright. It's time to do detective stuff. Psychoactive substance detected. What else have we got? We got more of the drugs that have been stamped on. We can follow the shoe prints, and there was the phone. And already a more compelling detective story than Heavy Rain. And actually, so Deus C222, I haven't been to the phone museum yet. It's on the list. God, I might need to make another coffee. Forced signs of entry. I do like the fact that it was very obvious that it was RoboCop on the phone.
I'll never touch your stuff again. I swear.
That's not why we're here.
So what do you want? The money? I have your money.
You only have half of it, and that's the problem.
You're selling our product at half price. That makes my customers complain about my prices.
It ain't nice, Maurice.
Maybe you think that building a customer base by selling your product under its manufacturing cost is a good idea.
Under what?
But it's not. Such practices are spoiling the market.
It's been proven.
The fucking shadow of RoboCop in the background.
That such action leads to a reduction of future demand, yours included.
Antitrust laws are there for a reason. Shit, Maurice. All we want to say is that you violate the basic rules of the market with your predatory pricing. We can't just go along with that.
It's unfair and unethical.
Not to mention illegal.
Fuck?
You are under arrest. Come quietly, or this may be the last economics discussion you will ever have.
Get him!
Shit, man. Why did you do that? What am I gonna sell now?
There are serious charges against you, Maurice. However, you can hope for a reduced sentence if you reveal where these 3 dealers keep their drugs.
Or I can jump into that pile of garbage below. A few bruises is better than jail.
Do you know what the likelihood is of surviving that?
I know the hood better than you do, cop. So try some different talk, or I'll jump.
Okay, so Psychology 2. Clue, Soot is looking for you. What will you sell without your dealers? Okay. The jump could be fatal. That's the funny one. I want to try Psychology, because we put some points into that, but...
Let us assume you escape. Without those dealers, you have no constant source of nuke. So what are you going to sell, then?
Oh, shit, man. It's all your fault. You cost me my job, and life's expensive, you know?
Not in a jail, and we can even find you an assignment. If you cooperate, you can get a job at the prison laundry.
You mean I eat and live for free? And I do what I like to do anyway? I feel like I won the lottery, man! I'll tell you where these jerks kept the stuff, but I have to have our deal in writing.
I feel uncomfortable. How I solved that crime. That makes me feel kinda bad. At Wharf, RoboCop does have a built-in printer. That dude was deeply weird. You know what? Sure, Maurice. That's how it works. So, okay, so here's our objective. Primary objective, search for soot. Miscellaneous. Complete crows and empty. Okay. Can we climb? You know what? Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I want to laugh, but I also understand how much money you can save by not having a climbing anim.
You see that guy down there? He's an asshole.
Which guy? There are a lot of guys. You're gonna... I'm a robot. Please use specifics. Yeah! Sorry, just everyone was saying, wow, a person that eats for free and gets a place to stay. Here I am buying groceries and paying a mortgage like a chump.
At least it ain't raining.
Kind of reminds me of the workhouse from Sorry to Bother You. This guy looks like he's getting bullied, or is he just being weird?
Shh, pigs. Mind your own business, cop.
Yeah, something about that was deeply unsettling. And yes, I am still just exploring the environment. I mean, you can't say that it doesn't have that 80s cheap.
This is Reed. Mayor Kuzak just stormed into my office. Apparently, his niece's car has been stolen. Find it. This goes to the top of your priority list. You can start by asking about it at some of the local garages. For the record, it's a blue SUX 6000, registered to Melissa Kuzak.
Okay. It's fine. We'll stop looking for evil, villainous crime lords and missing police officers, and we'll look for the fucking car, I guess. All right. Or maybe I'll make a cup of tea in a second. Oh. Sorry, I got a bit chunky there.
Hey, I might be a little late filing my tax return, but sending a one-man army seems like an overreaction.
I am here to investigate the theft of a blue SUX 6000 that belongs to Melissa Kuzak.
Fancy car and fancy name, but I hardly ever get the pleasure of dealing with either.
Do you have any information about the whereabouts of this vehicle?
To be honest, I did some work on one of those cars recently, but I can assure you that it was not the one you're looking for.
Do I have your permission to search the shop?
I know what the world's like, but can a man go about his business without being harassed all the damn time?
Yeah, no, Fred, I absolutely will. That was not my intention.
I do not mean to obstruct anyone's work, but fulfilling my duties takes priority.
Then why aren't you out there on the streets where a real crime is happening, instead of badgering hardworking citizens?
Is car theft not a real crime to you?
You know what? If you really think you'll find evidence of that SUX ever being here, then be my guest.
No, it doesn't have the telltale elements to it, but car sales documents irrelevant to the case. Various tools irrelevant to the case. Tax record calculations shows numerous entries missing. Ah, nah. Better not be a villain. Standard toolbox. Oh, irrelevant, but we got an upgrade. Wait, engineering? How does Robo loan engineering? I'm just going to go for deduction and psychology to start with. But I guess later on we can start building stuff? Da-da-da-da-da, ba-dum-bum-bum. Ben, I'm off tomorrow. Can't wait. I think it's Scott. I know you want to help that boy like you helped me others, but I'm still on parole and I can't be involved in any illegal shit. I saw him hiding something in his locker. Looked over his shoulder about 100 times and was stashing those stolen radios. Alright, so where's the kid's locker? So, Fred, it's the same frame as Kit, right? It just doesn't have the iconic Cylon eye. Not to be confused with Side-Eye. Gonna check up on the ceiling. On the roof. Now, I remember the SUX models being from the RoboCop series, because I'm pretty sure that's the one that Michael Bay gets killed in. Man, you know what RoboCop needs for all this moving around? A jetpack. That would be. That's exactly what we need right now.
See, I told you, you'll find Jack all, because there ain't nothing to be found. This place is legit.
Alright, so deduction 2, I found unaccounted voices. Psychology 2, you're hiding something. Clue, contents of a locker. So let's go for deduction 2.
63% of your repair invoices have not been accounted for.
You've gone over my books? I thought you came here looking for the car thief.
Looks like there's more than just one thief to be caught.
Oh, come on. This is how everyone operates in this godforsaken city. Cut me some slack, will you? Okay, you win. So there's this boy, Scott. He works for me on and off. He might have something to do with the missing car. Let me open his locker for you. That's his locker. Go on, have a look.
It's just... I was like, it's going to be a whole ass car. Alright, so we've got a variety of...
And what do you reckon? Is he your man?
For the time being. Where is the suspect?
You see, he hasn't turned up for work for some time. This morning, when 2 thugs swang by looking for him, I knew he must be in trouble. I've overheard him many times talking about a place where he does car jobs on the side.
Give me the precise location.
I can't tell you exactly where it is. All I know is that it's one of the garages near the local storage compartments.
Okay, so tell me about Scott.
Tell me why you think he is responsible.
He's young, bright, and would like to rule the world. I get it. But nearly every month, he gets himself in trouble.
It is not enough to make assumptions.
I'm not a cop, but I've seen many things in my life. And where there's smoke, there's usually fire.
So Scott doesn't work here full-time.
Is he a temporary worker?
You could say that. We fall out a lot because he brings a lot of hot stuff to the shop, and I'm not okay with it.
And you let him come back?
It's hard to make an honest living these days. That's why I understand his struggle, and I let him come back. Working here keeps him out of trouble. And to be frank, it's not easy to find such a good mechanic either.
Okay.
That is all for now.
I'm not going to ask him why protect.
Make sure no harm comes his way. He might have done some foolish things in the past, but he's a good kid, and he deserves another chance.
A court of law will be the judge of that.
Don't worry. So long as Richie Richardson gets their fucking car back, then we've done our job. I'll just be like, oh no, he is getting away and I cannot chase him on my tiny robo legs. There'll be plenty of dicks to shoot off later anyway. Tell you though, on the subject of source material missing the mark, Judge Dredd, the Stallone movie. Now, a lot has been said about that film over 1,000 years, and it is so bad it's funny in places. And it's fun. Like, it's not awful. But one of the things that's fascinating about it is how... Fred's like, whoa, you're speaking nonsense. A Stallone movie? You're right, Fred. You know what? Maybe I put something weird in my coffee today. I seem to keep imagining things. There's only one Dredd movie, and it has Carl Urban in it, and it's fucking brilliant. No, but what's fascinating about that one is how they completely miss all of what Dredd is. And I don't just mean like him taking his helmet off and him saying, I knew you said it. But it's things like... Dredd is meant to be the uncompromising brutality of the law. It doesn't matter your circumstance. It doesn't matter why you did something. You broke the law, and you'll be judged immediately. And in certain points, that is handled, but in others, he just comes off as, like, action jock. Like, there's one scene where a guy who is... I think he's meant to have had, like, 3 DUIs, and he's parked his car like a knobhead. Dredd, instead of arresting the guy or citating, he blows up the guy's car. And I keep thinking about that scene. It keeps annoying me because it's like, no, Dredd wouldn't just explode his car and leave the bloke. Like, he would arrest the fuck out of the guy and have the car towed. Like, he'd have it crushed into a cube, maybe. Turned into resources, possibly. But what he wouldn't do is explode the car to make a point, because he's not there to teach these people. Dredd is unfucking compromising. And the thing about Robo is he's kind of... like, his whole struggle is these two sides. Like, the uncompromising letter of the law, which is now in his brain. Like, he can recall all law, because he's a fucking cyborg. And it's trying to balance that with the empathy. You know what I mean? EXO, no spoilers. Most of us haven't seen the last one. Some of us haven't seen any of them. So, don't say anything, but I'm glad it's fucking brilliant. Alright, so here it is. So, no hard feelings. Yo, kid. Boss was not impressed with what it did with the SUX, but he's a reasonable guy. Alright. So, let's have a little look around. RoboVision, activate. Check a look. Nina!
Oh God, I messed up good.
Are you Scott?
You must be Scott. What did you do with the blue SUX 6000 that you stole?
Hey, well, why would I have anything to do with that?
I have found evidence in Ben's shop.
You can't possibly help me. I don't want to cause any more trouble, especially for Ben.
The best thing you can do is confess. Your actions have consequences. I don't know what we're aiming for here. Your actions have consequences sound like I'm about to punch poor Scott in the crotchal region. Like he's about to get the Dicksplosion 9000. But the best thing you can do is confess. Doesn't give me the option to pretend like I never saw him, so... I might go for actions have consequences and hope that this is just Robo trying to scare him in straight.
Our actions affect people around us.
Do you mean Ben? Shit! Is he alright? Is Ben okay? Please tell me. I would never forgive myself if anything bad happened to him.
During our conversation, my health monitor did not detect any trauma, as yet.
Okay. I admit. It was me who jacked the SUX. But he didn't leave me any choice.
Who is he?
I can't tell you. If he knew I gave him away, he'd take revenge on Ben. Oh God! It must be those thugs! We're dead! No one was gonna save us.
I'm fucking
If
RoboCop.
they are criminals, then they are the ones who need saving.
Yeah, Deus, that sucks for you.
Anybody home? Where are you, Scotty boy? You can only hide for so long. Oh, it's the metal pig. You think you can take us?
None of you are prepared for the Dick Smasher 9000.
He ain't human.
Why do you feel like that's in your favor?
You got no chance. How about I kill you for this?
I'm sorry, friends. I'm genuinely trying to have like a real discussion about the... Holy crap! Where did I get a... Where did I get that? I do genuinely want to have a conversation about how this game represents like a period in history that was a reflection of its time, and how this treats kind of like this cyber future law enforcement. But also I get to shoot everybody in the dick.
You did it! They didn't think that through. Maybe you can put an end to this after all.
I am missing vital information in order to resolve this case.
I'll tell you what you want. Just please, help me fix this screw-up.
Where is the car now?
Oh man, I'm sure it's still in their chop shop. It's a warehouse on the northeast side. The entrance is concealed, but I'm sure you'll find it. I'm no fighter, but if there is any other way, I would like to help. Maybe you need some more intel.
Okay, so who is responsible?
Who did you mean by him?
It's Rex, from the local gang. I only did petty jobs for him mostly, but this time he made me steal that car. He said he wanted the SUX 6000 we were repairing at Ben's. When I said it was too hot, he slashed me with his knife.
Why were you hiding?
You saw those thugs. They were looking for me. They realized I tricked them. They wanted the SUX 6000 from Ben's shop, but I didn't want to get him into trouble, so I stole a different one. I doubt anyone would have given a shit, but word on the street is that it belongs to the mayor's niece.
That is all for now. Proceeding to the vehicle's estimated location.
You are calling for backup, aren't you?
Negative. Threat calculation minimal.
So Jackie, in the first RoboCop, there's an iconic scene where some guy takes a woman hostage. And it's like, you better not come any closer, Robo, or she gets it. And using his cool scanovision, he realizes, it works out that he can shoot between the woman's skirt and just blows the guy's dick off. And apparently, that's become a core feature now. While Robo is on the street, no criminal dick is safe. And you gotta admit, friends, the amount of, like, interwoven detail on this small, like, you know, city area is really good.
Stop shaking in your boots. Look, RoboCop is here. We're safe.
Alright. I thought this was going to lead to something else, but... so, friends, what do we want to see this evening? We've got TJ Laser, Resurrection, Death Awaits, and P. Roxy. Warning. It is a crime to rent a film for adults or people who are under 18 years old. Oh my god. Friends. Sorry. That was a moment where about 8 jokes all got stuck in the door at the same time. It is hard to remember what it was like before we all had unrestricted internet access.
Dad, what does eviction mean? And who's a debt collector? Why can't I open the door for him? Dad, tell me the truth. Are we poor?
What?
Dad? Dad?
Tired of your kids asking annoying questions? You just want to relax after a long day of work, but someone won't let you?
Are we going to be okay? Dad, I'm scared.
Snoozers. Sleeping pills for kids. Just one pill can guarantee 5 hours of peace. Nap time just became your decision. Sleep tight, son.
I'm tired.
Because you deserve a peace of mind, too.
Wow. Fuck! Alright. This team understood the assignment.
Evening, officer.
Don't mind me. Even though... Kitty! Tell me, how can I pet your kitty? Ah, beans. I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but there's quite a few sections where if there's like a refractive light, you can see the visor effect. You can see the glass reflection of Robo's visor. Alright. While Robo is on the scene, no criminal dicks are safe. The Sex Assist 13, Robo Dick Smasher. Oh, you know, Evil Geek, that's my favorite thing about TJ Laser, is when he spins his laser gun. So cool. Okay, choose entrance to a hidden door. So now we just gotta find the... Now we just gotta find the switch. There we go. That's cool. Oh shit! Alright. That was messier than expected, but alright. Oh, there he is, the SUX 6000. Ooh. Evidence. Oh shit! Oh god! Holy chain reaction, Batman! I don't think that this... Robo, I'm gonna level with you. I don't think this is the correct amount of force for this problem. I'm just gonna say it. I'm just so glad that everybody in the city apparently has OCP healing back to tanks. But I will say, though, the paint explosion effect is very, very cool. Oh! Stolen jewelry, drugs. Ooh, fancy wine. Oh no! The fancy wine! Ah, there we go, that's where we're headed. How does everyone in Detroit have a hand grenade? It's the... Oh, God! sir. Oh, he is about to have a double that time. Oh. Alright. So it would be engineering 6 to open that, unless we can find the combination to the safe. Still though. Don't worry, I'll get him! And I blew his dick off right as he dropped his hand grenade. Vitality 2 to recharge. Do I have any points to spend? Scanning lets you take more information, such as safe combinations or hidden elements. I mean, it's pretty early on, so there's no way they could expect us to have that much stuff. It's not even a nice car. Alright, stolen vehicle found. Return to the streets. So apparently we should be able to work out how to open this safe by looking around for, like, scanning context clues and things like that. And again, while the skill tree system is very limited, I think it's put there, maybe not as a band-aid, but it's designed to be like an engagement stopgap. Like, this team specializes in making small, really focused games, right? And sometimes, like, skill tree systems can be very good to stop users from getting overwhelmed too easily, which does happen. God, what if I blew up? What if I blew it all up? What if I am the maniac? Aha! Recovery charges at maximum. So if I was gonna hide the codes, I probably would have hid them in here. But maybe blowing up the computers or something is what busted it. Oh, wait. Anyway, sorry, I'm trying to understand the mechanics of it. It's just, like, I'm not always a fan of unnecessary skill trees, and with this one, personally, I'm not for it. I think this is one of those situations where I would have done upgrades based on story beats and things like that, but yeah, Hookshot, that's the downside of doing audio work, is you can't do other stuff at the same time.
I can't believe you've actually done it. Do you think I could take that car back to the owner and say I'm sorry? Maybe she won't press charges.
This car is now in police custody.
Oh, please, I could really use a helping hand right now. Otherwise, I'm back in juvie.
You're under arrest. You can retrieve the car yourself. You can retrieve the car yourself.
Proceeding to secure the perimeter. Keys are in the ignition.
Thank you so much. I promise I won't mess this up.
All right. Here we go. God. Yeah, sorry, Occult Game Dev, when Nick was just saying there's a company working on a device that allows you to lucid dream so you can work. That's just the plot of The Longest Journey, right? It's also the plot of Hypnospace Outlaw. Oh, sorry, Batman, I didn't mean to stand on you there. Like, that's how you get beef brain. Like, now I understand, friends, why RoboCop wasn't, like, nominated for any Games of the Year awards, because you can't pet the cat. That's the true loss of Robo's humanity, is he cannot pet the cat. God, what was that Quake-era semi-open world game? It's like Kingpin True Crime or something. Damn it, I'm trying to remember the name of that game now. Just, I'm getting a lot of vibes of that one. Okay. So, here's a side question, friends. What would you consider kind of like the 80s titles starter pack? It was Kingpin Life of Crime, thank you. Because it had a banging soundtrack, if I remember rightly. It wasn't a great game, but I was still constantly impressed at its like early open world stuff. But okay, so if somebody who hasn't encountered a lot of the cornerstones of like 80s cinema, by which I mean the things that would end up inspiring a large amount of nerd culture and a large amount of like video games culture, like what would you consider those to be? Because the one that always springs to mind for me is you've got obviously RoboCop and Terminator and Alien. You've got Aliens, which I think is valid. Predator, I guess. Predator 2 is fun, but fucking awful. I'd also say Jacob's Ladder's definitely in there. But I'm trying to think of a few of the others, because one thing that especially those of us in video games will have to become more and more aware of is, like, our literacy in both video games and media and culture as a whole is ridiculous, you know? We came from a time when being super into weird nerdy shit was an isolating thing. And it is increasingly easy to forget that this knowledge isn't widespread. And I'm trying to think of, like... Because whilst we were moving, one of our friendos from the local area has been hanging out, and they are someone that has not had the opportunity to play games since they were a kid. Like, you know, like a lot of femme-presenting folks, they were told, like, oh, you're a girl, you can't play games. And so we kind of had, like, nerdery and all of that shut off as an avenue and a kind of reintroducing. And it's been making me take stock of things that I would have considered obvious knowledge that isn't, you know? And I do think that, like, the 80s films... As a police officer, you can issue tickets for misdemeanors like public drinking and disorderly conduct or traffic violations. Hey, what the fuck is that? I will not be issuing tickets for drunk and disorderly. So Evil Geek, I would say cultural touch points. Like, it doesn't have to just be sci-fi, but like... Because video games, while they have managed to outgrow cinema, we very much lived in their shadow. Jamami would like to add Highlands to the list. Yes. Like... super camp, super fun, you know, immortal time-traveling, sword-fighting violence, sign me the fuck up. Evil Geeks has The Breakfast Club. You know what? That is definitely an overlooked touch point. Although, I'd say its general vibe is something that we still haven't really found in the gaming space. Now, C222 was saying The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai. I would say that's definitely more obscure, but I think that one is worth telling people about, right? Like, Buckaroo Banzai was a tiny thing for a subset of nerdery in the United States, Buckaroo Banzai is was unknown outside of the US. You know what I mean? Like, we got Red Dwarf, y'all got Buckaroo Banzai. And I understand they're two very, very different beasts, but, like... Buckaroo Banzai is, however, an incredible piece of media, and... God, it's inspiring. Like, friends, if you're having a bad time, like, if your weekend sucks, crack a beverage, doesn't have to be alcoholic, obviously, but something you fancy, put on Buckaroo Banzai, because it was only ever a single film, a one and done, but it is fucking fascinating because it feels like it is the film adaptation of this huge, multi-spanning franchise. And, like, it's not, but it feels like it is. It's so brilliant. Aww. Well, Hookshot, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I try, friend. I try. Oh, Evil Geek. The Last Starfighter, yes, but Escape from New York? I mean, Escape from New York, without that, we wouldn't have Metal Gear, you know? He's literally called Snake Plissken. And has... Okay, Escape from New York still has one of my favourite bits, which is every time somebody in authority calls him something, he always tells them to call him the other thing. Plissken! Call me Snake. Alright, Snake. The name's Plissken. It's like, just being a dick. So funny. No, Escape from New York is definitely some seminal works. Well, and Jamami, I appreciate what you're saying, but I think at least to get the grounding... Oh, crap! Oh, man, frustrated games. I think to get the grounding, let's lay out a few of the titles that did influence and did impact. Because, like, you know, we had the combination of the monoculture of the 80s, you know, this huge explosion in cinema where a lot of fresh ideas were making buttloads of money, and studios were really willing to put cash into things that otherwise would have been skipped over. And people were just breaking some wild ground. Cocaine made a lot of things happen in the 80s.
Give me back my money, you piece of shit!
Don't you cops ever get bored with harassing successful entrepreneurs?
Hey! This shit is rigged!
That's a serious accusation, kiddo. Someone might think I would allow such illegal activity in my high-class business, which I do not. I get lost.
You work for Soot. Tell me where to find him.
You cops are giving me a stomach ulcer. Stop asking me about guys I don't know.
Withholding information can lead to bigger trouble than a stomach ulcer.
Look, I'm a busy man, so I'm going back to my office now. Why don't you join me there, and we'll talk. Oh, on second thought, you can't do that. 'Cause you don't have a warrant, do ya?
What a douchebag.
And also, sorry, jumping back, as Evil Geek mentioned Escape from New York. I am, weirdly, still obsessed with Cyberpunk 2077, because the DLC is basically an extrapolation of Escape from New York. Well, okay. So Escape from New York is super dark at times, right? And it's almost post-apocalyptic. Escape from LA is all of those elements of, like, LA culture turned up to 11. It's a pastiche. It's damn near a comedy. You know, in the same way that Evil Dead 3 isn't a horror, Escape from LA isn't really kind of like the action-y game of its prior. And Phantom Liberty has kind of found a way to marry the two. It's so over the top, but just on this edge of it fits in the world.
Have you witnessed the owner participating in any criminal activity?
Are you kidding me?
Half the things I've seen around here would be enough to put him behind bars for a decade.
Let us hear your statement.
No way, dude. He might be a douchebag, but if you lock him up, this place will get closed down, and where am I supposed to play hooky then?
Stay in school, think of your future. You lack discipline. So C222. Blues Brothers, absolutely. And I do think that as we get more and more okay with video games that are also musicals, that is what I want to see. Like, God, that time after Grand Theft Auto 3 blew the doors off and everyone was trying to make open-world driving games, where was our Blues Brothers one, huh? That is what I want. But, when you say Evil Dead, which one? Because obviously Army of Darkness is an incredible comedy horror that shaped nerdery. Like, if we're talking about pillars, absolutely. And The Goonies, one of the best examples of kind of kids in peril, kids adventure type thing. Wait, what do you mean by UHF? Oh, an Evil Geek. You know what? Conan the Barbarian's a very important one as well, because that making money was why we got so many, like, gritty fantasy things. Apparently, Red Sonja, which was one of the follow-ups, which I remember watching as a teenager and thinking was awesome, apparently was one of the few films that Arnie hated working on, but... C222, which Evil Dead? The one with Bruce Campbell chewing the scenery. You did that on purpose. He does it brilliantly in both the second and third. And you can see the start of it in the original. Red Pudding Dragon, are you talking about Peter Jackson's seminal works Brain Dead? But yeah, like, Jesus, the size and scale of Conan the Barbarian is still fascinating. Alright, kid, think of your future.
School may seem now like a difficult option, but it will pay off in the future.
Future? Look on the street. You must have a microwave for a brain if you think that.
Alright, well, I was trying to be nice, kid. Alright. Time to detect crimes. Alright, let's go back this way. Expelled gastric content. Irrelevant to the case. It's Chunder! Slouching detected. Irrelevant to case. But no, so Red Burning Dragon, we were talking about, like, basically the things that would end up influencing, specifically video games, but that kind of, like, that stock of 80s movies. Because, like, The Darkness is a great game, and The Darkness 2 actually I think is one of our greats. But, like, that's a late 360 era title. Like, both of the Darkness games are already articulations on existing stuff, based on comics that are themselves an articulation on, right? Oh shit, Evil Geek! You know what? How? Indiana Jones. That's a very, very good example. Like, Nazi punching, high adventure. I mean, crap, without Indiana Jones, we wouldn't have ruddy Tomb Raider. I mean, when you stop and think about it, sleep deprivation, irrelevant to case. Don't call me out like this, video game. When you actually stop and think about Lara Croft as a character, someone went, what if we did Indiana Jones, but a woman and cool? However, that story would change throughout the years. So C222 said Tron. Well, so C222, with Tron, I do wonder, right? Because we saw... Tron came out. Tron had a very successful arcade game. But as a whole, it had its own game. And then I'm trying to trace its DNA, how it affected things. Hinge lubricant. Irrelevant to the case. Alright. Sorry, I'm doing detective work at the same time. Because we had the... That's my boy. There was the Half-Life mod that turned into a standalone game. Was it Ricochet? I do remember that one. And I guess Tron's aesthetic was very powerful.
I didn't know you had such amazing colors. And there's not one, but two of you? From now on, I promise, I will cherish you more often.
Your body readings suggest substance misuse.
Oh man, a real like TJ Laser? You are so incredibly shiny. I'm definitely getting more of this stuff.
Who sold you drugs?
I really shouldn't say, but you are my TV heroes. All right. All of the arcade staff will sell to you, as long as you got cash. Unfortunately, I'm broke. But I have a great idea. You could help me sneak into the basement. They keep a huge stash of goodies down there.
Drugs in the basement? I will take care of that.
Would you really do that for me? Way to go, TJ!
Search warrant granted. Let's fucking go.
Is that the ocean?
Jamami, how none of us... Yeah, sorry, Wolf gets the credit, but how none of us thought to say Blade Runner? I mean, Blade Runner did more to solidify the concept of the dystopia, the concept of the cyberpunk future, that whole aesthetic, than anything else.
Open the door. I have the warrant.
Oopsie, I think I dropped my key somewhere. You'd have to break down this hardened door if you want to get in.
That will not be a problem.
Get fucked! You are selling drugs to children. I am in the morally correct. Let's shoot some dicks.
It's RoboCop!
Surrender your weapons.
No chance! Light him up! Give him a warm welcome! Let's show him! Blast him!
Dead or alive, I'm destroying your dick. Evil Geek was saying the first Gundam compilation movie came out in '81. Yo. We've done some rewatches of the Gundam compilation movies because Gundam Info, one of the main sites, has the movies on rotation sometimes, and most of it still holds up. Why they have like literal children in a war zone, I will never know. And not like Amuro, I mean like little kids. Also, the amount of times somebody gets slapped. So, Jamami, this is one of those ones where I'd be kind of interested to know, because did Mad Max, I mean like the original, not Mad Max 2, but did the original, did that have much of a... Did that have much of an uptick in the US? Because like by the time I was aware of Mad Max, the second was already out. Oh god! Alright, so I found a new button. Because obviously, what Blade Runner did for the cyberpunk, like, I'm not saying anything even remotely controversial here, but what Blade Runner did for kind of like shaping the visual language of cyberpunk, Mad Max did for like the post-apocalyptic. I am curious that we're getting a Furiosa precursor. Sorry, a Furiosa prequel. I'm not sure it's needed, but... also, they have the Nukem board game from, I think that one's RoboCop 2.
Open the door, or you will regret it.
Can't a guy just sell drugs to kids without you harassing him every 5 minutes? Who am I hurting, huh?
Children! Literal children!
Where do I find Soot?
Well, if that's the case, shut it, bozo! Unless you want to end up in the ghost house like that cop's informant! And don't you dare open that door, I'll shoot you!
You two are not real torchheads. True torchheads are fearless fighters, never afraid to face the enemy.
We are fearless fighters!
Don't listen to him. He's playing you.
I wonder what Soot will think once he learns about your cowardice.
Grab some nuke! We'll show you our warrior flame! Hell yeah, let's make it burn! No, you damn fools!
Oh shit! It's RoboCop!
Shot me!
You shot me!
Tell me, where can I find Soot?
Straight to business, huh? Looks like you're my type of guy. But even if I wanted to help you, I can't. Only his closest people know his whereabouts. I just distribute his stuff, and to be completely honest, I don't want or need to know more than when the next shipment is coming.
You must know the location they mentioned. Tell me where they took the police informant.
And if I tell you, what's in it for me?
I won't shoot your dick off. I will make you comply. You are selling drugs to children!
Interrogation sequence initiated.
You can't do it! I'm a respectable citizen, and I have complex health conditions! Okay, fine, I'll talk! They've taken him to the ghost house. It's what they call one of their sites. From what I've gathered, it's that big, burned-down building, a bit down the road. Anyway, that's all I know.
That will have to suffice. For now.
Can't a guy just sell drugs to kids without being harassed all the time? Like, what the shit? Okay, so jumping back into chat. So Fred and Wolf were saying that the original Mad Max didn't really gain much traction, but it was the sequel that caught fire. Okay.
Stay here. Dispatch. Requesting a squad car.
So desk button, armored gate installation. Thank you for choosing safety code. Alright, does this mean I know how to open this? It does. Fake money and stolen jewelry, we've got this. Because, sorry, jumping back, Mad Max 2 is definitely another one of those seminal works for kind of understanding the language of, I would say, nerdery and cinema and the whole shebang. The first one, though, is so fascinating because it's one of the few films that I remember seeing back in the day that wasn't post-apocalyptic. It was right as it was ticking over. Like, at the beginning of Mad Max, like, as in the first film, some semblance of society still exists, but it's implied that there's this coming apocalypse that, due to the... that gate open. That due to, like, the disappearance... due to the lack of oil, you know, society was already beginning to crumble. Alright. An OCP skill disc. Huh. Oh yeah, so Wolf, yeah, we were on the same bit there. It's not quite post-apocalyptic, just teetering on the edge. And sometimes things that came after Mad Max felt a desperate need to explain themselves, right? Like, there would be these long, drawn-out sequences about how, like, you know, the Great Wars and, you know, so on and so forth have changed things. But, ironically, the original didn't really feel the need to overly explain itself. I mean, in fairness, like, the main resource being fuel is the core MacGuffin for the story. And it did the fascinating thing of that while the first film is basically a revenge story, you know, the titular Max plays a future cop in Australia. His wife and child get run down by a motorcycle gang, and he fucking loses his shit, steals a souped up supercar, and just goes on a fucking rampage. The sequel, and from then onwards, he just becomes a vehicle for the story. Like, Mad Max 2 is the story of Gastown. You know, it is the story of the leather-clad raiders trying to take what they have. To some old guy in Hawaii, Watu and welcome. We actually haven't had a Your Move creep. We have had a lot of Dicksplosions. We were just chatting about, like, seminal 80s works, like trying to put together almost like a tasting menu of movies that had a huge influence on nerd culture and video games forward. So, C222, what was wild is I was introduced to Big Trouble in Little China pretty early on. And I was under the impression that it was already massive over here. I didn't realise that in the US it just kind of did all right, you know? So Wolf, I think Star Wars kind of goes without saying. Same with, you know, the Star Trek films and things like that. It is interesting to think about how, like, Star Wars was never a fiscal failure, but it was a weird interim point, you know? Sorry, in the sense that the nerd culture around Star Wars was very, very strange and odd, and it was definitely some, like, seminally influential works. You know what? Evil Geek Scarface is definitely up there as well. You know, Scarface took kind of like the 70s to 80s, like, super fancy Miami criminal archetype. Okay, so Fred, I keep saying I'm going to do this, but I haven't had the an opportunity. I'm going to get high as balls and watch the upscale of the OG Star Trek film. Because, friends, the OG Star Trek film is it is like a classic episode and drug trip just woven into one. They have these gloriously, egregiously long sequences of, like, the Enterprise flying over stuff and beautiful nebula. It is a great movie to get high to. Well, okay, so some old guy in Hawaii. So I wouldn't say that Stand By Me ended up influencing nerd culture or video games. Obviously, Terminator. Back to the Future, I'm always kind of half in, half out on how that affected stuff. It got people thinking a lot about, like, the comedic possibility of time travel. C222 was saying the 4K remake of the OG Star Wars film is really good. Yeah, I've still not seen it. I saw the original 1,000 years ago, and like I said, I'm saving it for when I can just get high as balls. Okay, so some old guy, again, I wouldn't agree with Ferris Bueller's Day Off, because it's a good comedy film, but it didn't really have much impact in nerdery and video games. But Full Metal Jacket, holy shit. Here is a good one to talk about in the sense of, like, Full Metal Jacket is an anti-war war film. You'll notice the whole trope of things that were meant to do one thing and that end up being emulated by culture and nerd culture so far in the wrong direction. Well, so to some old guy in Hawaii, and I guess those of you who have just joined us, the TLDR is earlier on, Angel Kalina was saying they haven't seen RoboCop. And throughout this move, one of our local friendos hasn't really gotten into video games or nerdery or stuff like that. And so I was trying to think of, like, what are those 80s works that video games pulled from so much in those early days? What were those things that really influenced the digital places that we now spend our time? And so that's what I was putting together. Now, Full Metal Jacket is fascinating because it is quoted and misquoted and stuff like that. Like, so much. And often it is quoted in experiences that are very kind of, you know, it's a lovely day in the core. Whereas, yeah, Full Metal Jacket is a film about how the American military strips people of their humanity and destroys them, and for what? You know? God. And yes, some old guy, someone did mention Blade Runner, and we were just talking about Mad Max. Well, primarily Mad Max 2, and how that also had an influence. Because Blade Runner shaped what we see as, like, the cyberpunk future. And Mad Max did that with, like, the post-apocalyptic. And yet I don't think War Games has had too much of an impact. Like, it's definitely an interesting one to talk about, but aside from that one title, which I always forget the name of, DEFCON, which was made by the, I know them as the Uplink team. You'd probably know them as the Prison Architect team, Infogames. But it didn't really do anything beyond that.
You need to be taught some manners.
Dick shot. I would say that The Warriors is another one because, again, it's the most visually iconic of the whole, like, New York street gang archetype. Alright, you know what? Ah! That's where I was getting shredded.
You're gonna fry!
Why was I getting so absolutely bodied there? Oh yeah, it's a big gun! It's a big gun and Robo's a big target. Sorry, I will never get tired of them doing, like, the pratfall. Well, it's like the, whatchamacallit, the stuntman fall. So, Evil Geek, I would say that Rambo First Blood Part 2 and Commando, but just for the...
that metal devil!
It's dead time. I would say that definitely in terms of like the influence of like weapons and firearms in video games, that those have been a big part. You know, Commando's ridiculous multi-slot rocket launcher and stuff like that definitely influenced a large amount of definitely influenced a large amount of like early weapon design in video games. So Some Guy in Hawaii, I think The Thing is another one that's definitely up there. I don't think there's a creature designer in video games who wasn't influenced by The Thing. Oh, there are a lot of you. Dick shot.
Take my freaking hand off!
Sorry. I can't seem to pick up illicit substances. There we go. Pick up chair. I'm about to get ridiculous with this. Now, C222, I do think that is an interesting conversation. If you haven't seen it, sorry, C222 was saying that The Thin Red Line, Band of Brothers, Dirty Dozen, Saving Private Ryan were the influences for COD. And it is worth noting that Call of Duty was the counter to the deluge of very, very samey war games that we were getting ages back. It still blows my mind that the Call of Duty franchise was built on being the different one. Like, that's a story for another time. Patrick Gill has an incredible video about like the circus of war and media that is absolutely worth your time. Oh no, so some old guy, Medal of Honor was definitely... Hang on, let me handle these crimes, because World War II games is a fascinating subset of gaming history, because we used to be inundated with them. Like, you couldn't swing a cat for World War II titles. Who's ready for round 2? Just see if we can keep an eye out for the safe combination. Oh, he's up there! Idiot. Man, that's a hell of a couch. And a wolf and stuff. We can move away from movies in a little bit. RoboCop doesn't take full damage. Alright, here we go. Fucking yes. I have robo knees! Man. Your move, creep. Sure could use some more health right now. Oh, I left my shoddy too hottie downstairs. Okay, so where were we? Alright, you know what? If we could just take a side to appreciate the brilliance that was growing up with both Ripley from Aliens and Sarah Connor. Now, I don't know where I'm going with this thread other than to say what a brilliant thing that we had, but... Like, in the first Terminator, Sarah Connor is your archetypal, like, lass in distress, right? It's up to future guy to come back into the past and save her from robot bad guy. And, honestly, the first Terminator is a great twist on kind of like the unknowable enemy. But when you encounter Sarah Connor again in Terminator 2, she is not sitting around being sad and pining for, you know, the time-traveling future boyfriend. Nah, she's gotten swole and has a small stash of weapons and, like, fucking brilliant. Fucking brilliant. Yeah, she actually took the time-traveling super robot to heart and went, you know what? Time to get strong. And there have been quite a few characters throughout media that haven't been given that same arc. Okay, and yeah, Hawaii. That underground bunker stash of guns was not small. Anyway, I don't want to be too much white guy who talks about 80s movies all day, but...
Are you the police informant? Do you know where I can find Soot?
Oh man, all great questions, but could you untie me first? They really outdid themselves with these knots.
Talk.
Hey, I don't know how you usually operate, but that type of information don't come free.
I don't work for free either. What is your freedom worth to you? Some old guy in Hawaii says, well, I don't think of you as white. I think of you as ginger. That's worse. No, it's just that there's nothing more treaded than an individual that looks like me talking about 80s action movies. But, I don't know. I just keep thinking of, like, if I had to make, like, an essential watching list for somebody who wanted to understand where video games gets a lot of its language from, and that's what I've been thinking a lot about. Grand Take, you're right. Oh, God, you know what? I must just be imagining these films wrong, because you're correct. You know, action movies didn't have female protagonists until Disney bought Star Wars. Oh, lordy, lordy. It's alright. Twitter won't survive long enough to continue its deluge of nonsense.
What is your freedom worth to you?
That's actually a great point. So, it seems that the new guy saw the punks attack on the TV station and decided to meet with Soot on their turf. The meeting is supposed to take place tonight during Soot's concert.
Concert?
I know. I'm not really a fan of his music myself. But that's not what those shows are really about. Why don't we, get out of here, huh?
Lewis, Soot is meeting the new guy tonight at the old slaughterhouse.
Copy that. Pick me up at the station. I'll grab my gear. By the way, I've got something for you, Murphy.
They call me Pickles. And you guessed it. There's a funny story behind that name. This one time, I saw Torchhead stealing a delivery truck. I went after them, hoping that a VCR would fall off the back of the truck, you know? But it turned out to be groceries. So they left it. I made a pretty penny that day selling pickles. Still have a couple of jars laying around if you want them.
I cannot. You are an opportunist.
Hey, I prefer street entrepreneur. You know what they say, a good business is where you find it.
I cannot digest pickles. And actually, so Fred, you are totally correct in that, like, the last Starfighter was drastically influential. It was weird because, again, growing up, the last Starfighter for me was one of those pieces of work that everybody talked about, but I hadn't seen because just it wasn't on TV, and like nobody I knew had the VHS of it. Pickles must have read The Art of the Dill. Should take my OCP shotgun back with me. I don't know if I get fined for... I don't know if I get fined for leaving my guns lying around.
It's nice to be free again. Thanks, Tin Man. Hey, did Briggs tip you off that I might be here?
Officer Briggs?
Yeah, he's my police go-to guy.
Officer Briggs is missing.
Missing? Shit. May our city have mercy on him.
How do you know Officer Briggs?
We go back a long way. He gave me a helping hand when I hit rock bottom. And I've been in his debt ever since. He even introduced me to his family. Great kid and wife, though his missus don't seem very fond of me.
No, don't tell us about Briggs' kid and wife! Well, Briggs is super fucking dead.
Do you think Briggs is in trouble?
I really don't know. Last time I saw him, he was going to check a case of missing bodies. Sounded like a bogus lead, so I didn't press him. Funny enough. He always tells me to be careful when getting info. But the truth is, I'm not the one running around gangsters' paradise dressed in blue.
Need to go. Duty awaits.
Yeah, Briggs is
okay.
1 day away from retirement. He just christened a boat that lived
I
forever.
know that Briggs is missing, but I've got something that belongs to him. He must have misplaced it the last time he visited my crib. And it's kind of weighing me down.
What is it?
It's his wristwatch. Now, I feel bad holding on to it. Could you please...
Oh, he is super dead.
This is stolen property, and you expect me to return it?
Gee, that sounds bad when you say it like that, but... Still, you shouldn't let me hold on to expensive things. That's how I ended up in this situation in the first place.
I will make sure they receive it from the repentant thief.
Oh, boy. You're a tough negotiator. But surely you don't mean now. I gotta chillax after all this.
We'll meet there later.
I have more urgent matters on hand. Meet me later at Briggs' place.
Yeah, you gotta save the city. That's fine by me. I'll see you later.
Mendoza! It's just me in front of a wall for 2.5 hours and it costs $80 million. How do you sleep at night? On top of a big pile of money and with very beautiful women. Okay, so... Secondary objectives, time to repent. Miscellaneous. Alright, so we're going to do the look for pickles. I just wanted to take a sec. More experience from notes. There are requirements for dialogue options. Chip modification bonus. Does Robo need to be able to dash? I don't know. So Edwin, I'm having a great time. I have been basically just exploding criminal dicks up and down Detroit. That's been mostly my goal. It's been a good, authentic little jaunt through... Even though, as Felix was saying, this is set between 2 and 3, this feels like the original. And yeah, so far we've seen a really interesting... We've seen the start of the morality system, which is really interesting, which is the difference between, like, serving the letter of the law and, you know, protecting the... serving the interests of the community. Like, once again, I know I've talked about it a lot, but this team gets it. They get how to deliver something authentic on a budget. And studying something like this, I think, is far more important than studying, like, a gigantic AAA budget title, because, like, how do they make this feel so grounded without, you know, breaking their backs?
Hey, Tin Man, over here. This is where Briggs lives. Let's get this over with. His watch is burning a hole in my pocket.
Find out what's going on with Briggs. Like, so, Edwin, I can't see us doing, like, a full playthrough of this on stream. I think...
Apartment 21.
But I might keep going with it to try and
Man,
understand,
my hands
like,
are sweaty.
What it's doing and what it's...
Are you going into a drug-related withdrawal? Do you require medical assistance?
What? No, I'm just nervous. Me and Gail have a complicated relationship. She's good at reading people, and I'm the type of person that doesn't like to be read. I know that inevitably I'll do something she doesn't approve of.
Like steal a watch?
Like steal a watch.
So, Fearless, yes, there are a few actors that have sadly passed away since this game has come out, and... Gang stash to covered. Search warrant granted? Wait there, I have to stop crime! Man, I'm just great at finding crime. Robo's gonna need a backpack or something. But what I will say is, like, it's not that RoboCop's voice is an incredibly difficult thing to do, but it feels incredibly authentic. It doesn't sound like it's being phoned in. Few of the other voices so far have been a little... I want to say stilted, but a little weird. Like... So, actually, I wanted to ask Edwin about this one. If you've noticed the same thing of, like, since a few studios have started using, like, AI voices more prevalently, I found myself being a lot more critical of vocal performances. Not because I think the voice actors are bad, but because I'm trying to listen for any of the tells you'd get from, like, a generative AI.
This is it. Deep breath.
Because it's a different cadence than like a text-to-speech.
RoboCop. Are you here about Mike?
Yes, I am sorry to hear about your husband.
Oh, no, 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 no. This junkie is not coming inside. What else are you gonna steal?
Funny you should say that.
I can't stand him. I'm sure he has something to do with Mike being missing. Are you any closer to finding my husband?
We are still looking. Is there anything more that you can tell me about his disappearance?
I've already reported what I know, but if you have any more questions, shoot.
Okay. What do you know about his last case?
I heard that he was looking into reports of bodies going missing.
An old lady approached him at the precinct and told him a sob story about how she couldn't afford to bury her husband. Can you believe that? Anyway, when she finally collected enough money and went back to the morgue, only to find that they had lost her husband's body, Mike went to check it out and never came back.
Where was the last location that he was seen?
I remember him telling me that he was leaving his jurisdiction, that's where the leads were taking him. I tried to convince him not to go. It seemed dangerous, but he felt sorry for that old lady. He went against his own rules and me. He left angry because we'd been arguing.
Do you remember the exact location?
He never told me. But maybe it's in his files.
Why do you think that Pickles is involved in your husband's disappearance?
My husband's a good man. Sometimes too good for his own sake. He believes in second chances, even if someone doesn't deserve them.
Like Pickles?
That unappreciative asshole constantly gets himself into trouble. I mean, who's always there to get him out? You guessed it. Salt of the earth, Mike. Pickles has a bad influence on my husband.
Okay.
I think I have everything I need for now.
Knowing you're on the case makes me a little less anxious, RoboCop. Now I just need to break it down for our son.
He does not know?
I didn't know how to tell him. He's a smart kid, and I think he suspects something. Could you maybe tell him to come home? It's getting late, and the streets aren't safe these days. He normally dawdles, but having you tell him should light a fire in his britches.
I will make sure that he returns home, madam.
Thank you. He's playing on the basketball court nearby with his friends.
Okay. So jumping back in, so Edwin says they think it's Peter Weller giving a slightly more level RoboCop 1 before the ending where he warmed up to everybody. Yeah. He's... At this... That did kind of get forgotten in the subsequent films, and those subsequent films aren't good. Like, 2 is alright. I like it. Like, I think it's fun, but... It's not... It's not good. But anyway, sorry, yeah. One of the reasons why I think this works is that his delivery is very kind of like core RoboCop 1, but because we are playing as him, we are like the agency, the self-awareness, right? And honestly, Edwin, I agree with you that much like the Terminator game, the voice acting's a little all over the place, but it's kind of fascinating because they put the time and the effort where it counts.
That went pretty much as expected.
We are not done.
We're not?
You still have that watch, do you not? There is someone who needs to learn what time it is.
Is that a movie quote or something? I'm pretty sure I heard that somewhere.
But here, we're getting that little snippet of, like, the humanity behind Robo. Like, there's so much of this that's coming together so well.
We must get to the basketball court.
That's just around the corner. Are we playing? What's that got to do with time? Is it, like, time to kick my ass?
We are going to remind Gail's son that it is past curfew.
Oh, Daniel. Sure. Bummer. He's not here. Maybe these guys saw him?
Chalk outlaw line remnants of a crime scene. Oh.
Good evening, citizens. I need...
Need what? Some spare parts? Hey, there's a mechanic up the road.
I am an ankle breaker. I am more than a metal shell. You know what? I am an ankle breaker too.
You are not the only ankle breaker on this basketball court.
And that's letting you off easy. I've seen him do way worse for less.
Shit, I was just messing with you. What do you need?
We're looking for a kid. His name's Daniel. He was playing here earlier.
Why? Is it past his bedtime?
Sir, I will explode your dick.
Yeah, I saw a couple of kids drawing with chalk they found lying around that crime scene over there.
Thank you for the information.
Congrats, guys. You just became police informants. It has its perks. You'll love it. I see a couple of drawings over there.
Honestly, I think the RoboCop and Pickles show.
Not long ago.
Ah, there's more over there.
I'd watch the RoboCop and Pickles show.
Oh man, are we really jaywalking? That's a $100 fine. Huh. I guess we're conducting an investigation.
Robert Bobert, true hero to the people. Kids say ACAB. Oh no.
Daniel! Come on, kid! Where are you? Somewhere.
Alright, let's just see if we can find where
Shoe
Daniel
print,
is.
size 7.
That's gotta be his.
So Fred was saying, one of the things...
What about over there?
No, it is locked. They did not go inside.
One of the things that is a feature of this era in franchise, though, is it's quite cynical of consumer culture. And it doesn't really question the role of like the police and militarization. That is true. So far, this definitely hasn't touched on what has led to this situation. Like, if you hadn't seen the OG RoboCop, you wouldn't know about how it kind of frames rampant consumer culture as a really big part of like the downfall. Like,
So I guess you have like a scanning thing in your eyes.
Yes, it allows me to see things that are not there anymore.
Oh, so it's kind of like Nuke.
What have we got here?
They threw out the chalk here.
Must have found something more interesting.
All right, time to make some space. One thing I appreciate, it doesn't make us do QTEs because Robo doesn't have to struggle. Robo can just do that.
What the fuck?
That was close.
We'd better hurry.
Do it. Come on. And down.
What are you waiting for? Fuck him up. He's laughing at you.
Hey, what the hell's going on over there? Yo! Daniel!
Oh no, it's the cops.
I don't want to go to jail for this shit.
Is that a gun? Oh, you're in so much trouble, kid.
No, it's not.
Whoa! What the hell? You're lucky that Tin Man here doesn't have a real heart. He'd have a hole in it right about now.
Sorry, sir.
You will be once your dad hears about this.
My dad's missing, so he can't tell me nothing. My mom said that he's out on an assignment, but I know the truth. He's not coming back.
Why'd you say that?
He's always been a stickler for following the rules. I guess that's why he's missing. Cops can't shoot without giving a warning, and someone got the drop on him. But that's not gonna happen to me. I'm going to be the one that shoots first. That's why my friends say...
Your friends are knuckleheads. If you listen to them, you're a knucklehead too.
Okay, this is...
Come on. Sit down. We need to talk. Those friends of yours, they take the easy way out. You don't want to go down that road. It leads to a dark, lonely place. Do you know why your dad is such a stickler for the rules?
'Cause he's a chump.
Because it's the right thing to do. It's not always easy to do the right thing. It takes strength.
And you think my dad has that kind of strength?
Are you kidding me? Your father has enough strength for the both of us. He even helped an ungrateful addict that he found in one of these buildings that smelled of rotting garbage, half dead and covered in vomit. And instead of writing him off, your father opened his home to him because that's the right thing to do. That's strength. Don't you think
This dad is not coming back alive.
that kind of support now?
Mom.
See, you already know what to do. You can start by giving her this. She's looking for it.
Is he going to arrest me?
No, it's your first offense. So he'll let you off with a warning. Right?
Right.
Yay, Robo! Although I would have liked the option to
So
be
you
like,
told
I
my
am going
mom
to
about the
super
gun?
arrest you.
No, she doesn't like me already.
I, however, will totally knock on you to your mum.
Thanks for the help, Tin Man. I'll talk to you later.
Serve the public trust. Alright. So, friends, I just want to nip to the pisser, but
Hey,
Edwin...
partner. What's the status on the old slaughterhouse?
I had to take care of something. We can go there soon.
Sure thing. Pick me up at the station when you're done.
Let's get out of this boring back alley for starters, actually. I didn't check around here to see if there's anything for Robo to grab. Because while I probably won't be doing any more streams of this, I'm definitely going to keep playing this, because much like with the Terminator game, there's such an authenticity to this that I can't say no to. But no, so friends, I'm going to nip to the loo in just a second and get some water. Because I blinked and we're almost at the 5-hour mark, so no big deal. But I want to sit down and talk about what we've experienced so far in this game and... I guess what it's been saying overall. You know, on the one hand, this game just seeks to be kind of a part of RoboCop as a universe. But as Fred pointed out earlier, I think it was Fred, that like people may not have seen the original. There's no guarantee that everybody coming to this game knows the source material and what it's trying to say. So what is this game, at least so far, saying? And I think that's something I'd really like to discuss with you all. But first, I gotta go for a piss. So I leave you with the soothing sounds of Detroit, and I'll be back in 2 seconds. Hello, hello. Ah, the unrequented library. Hello, hello. To Victor Huguenot. Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Zeftaru. Hello, hello. How goes it? We've spent about, 3-4 hours with Robert Copert at this point. So we were just going to have a little chat about kind of, I don't want to say final thoughts, but just our feelings so far. You got fired from Lethal Company twice. I saw it got updated today. They added an arachnophobia mode to remove the spiders. But from what I've seen, so much worse. So much worse. So, I was pondering a couple of things. So, I really do appreciate that this game doesn't teach us how to suck eggs, right? We don't get this long, drawn-out introduction. And it really does say that, like... It really does say that, like, this is part of the canon. If you don't know who Robo is, that's on you. But I do feel that if you just played this game in isolation, there's a large proportion of it that's just kind of lost. See, like, OCP's rampant influence on this area and, you know, the decline of Detroit, which... I don't know what the state of Detroit was when RoboCop the movie was made, but it seems somewhat prophetic. But I think without the context and framing, it can get a little strained. I understand that they cannot show you the events from the movie. No way they're going to get the licensing and rights to do that. But I wonder if a little bit more in the way of, I don't know, using the initial news crew introductions and stuff like that to give us more framing of the world might really help. Because, so like Head Librarian, and no spoilers here, so do not worry, but like one of the questions somebody asked earlier on in the day is RoboCop Rogue City Copaganda? Like, is this trying to make police and law enforcement seem ridiculously good and right? And at least from the amount of time we spent on it, it's not been too bad for that. You know, it's had Robo doing basic grunt work, paperwork, you know, and again, it has a morality system based on whether you uphold things to the letter of the law or whether you serve the public interest. So it definitely uses the Robo's prime directives as the morality. You know, serving the exact interests of the law and OCP, that's not good. Serving the public interest is. And I think that the mechanics reinforcing that is a really important part of why this doesn't feel gross and weird. At least in my humble opinion. At least in my humble opinion. In terms of authenticity, this game is right there. It feels like spending time in RoboCop. For the first film, I mean. And again... You know, and Victor, that's an excellent point, is that at the beginning of RoboCop, the good guys have already lost. But what I've been trying to do is look at what this game is saying. One of the things that Edwin pointed out is that Peter Weller's performance in this as RoboCop is closer to the early RoboCop 1 dialogue and less like his almost wisecracking self towards the end of the film as he regains his humanity. In this, because we, the player, are given agency, or it is to say that, like, our actions show agency on the part of Robo, his line delivery is a little bit more kind of robotic and whimsical, less kind of like human and wisecracking. And it works. Or at least I think that it works. This whole place feels broken and desolate. And like the other thing, so I don't know if we'll go to other parts of the city or what have you, but like right now, this is the whole of the area that we can explore. It is dinky. But because of Robo's kind of, even at a sprint, like, oh, there's a gang stash around there. Let's see if I can, let me get there. Oh, either way. Robo's slow and laborious movement, which feels very authentic, works to make this place feel massive. And the same breath works so well.
Something's coming. I can feel it.
Been there, mate. Been there. And Fearless, I don't mind, but I know that Head Librarian said they were looking forward to playing this later, so I don't want to say anything. Haha, no drugs for you. You know, I think it's important to look at what this game is saying because, you know, RoboCop as a film is incredibly clear in what it's trying to say. Like a lot of Verhoeven's work, like it has a very strong political message. And I really respect that. When making video games, it can be hard to make those same kinds of messages. It can be hard to have that same kind of thought because ultimately we are playing as RoboCop and he is fucking awesome. And it can be really hard to not just lean into the rule of cool. We've shot so many dicks off.
Help! Help! This rascal was trying to steal my cart. Look what he's done!
Have I just wrecked your life savings? Tough shit, stinker.
Antisocial behavior towards a fellow citizen can be classified as a crime.
You know what, I'm going to issue a warning, but I reserve the right to shoot you in the dick later.
You can go, but remember that mistreating another member of society is like singing off key. It disrupts harmony.
Harmony my ass!
I can't believe you're letting him go! If that's how you operate, you might as well jump in my cart with the rest of the scrap!
Phil's saying the ironies of Verhoeven doesn't do subtlety. I mean, Verhoeven is not subtle, but he does. His works have meaning. But so just for, of course, now we get all the raids. Biggs, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Coming in. Sorry, Biggs, what were you playing? What were you up to? Watto, and welcome. Like, Moz, lovely to meet you. Sorry, fucking hell, Moz, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to hold some complex topics in my head whilst greeting multiple raids. It's been a week, friends. It's been a week. One of the things that we talked about earlier is that... Oh, you've been playing Rogue Trader. That looks feckin' awesome, and if it wasn't... Well, okay, I'm drowning in good games right now, like, even for my downtime, but I would definitely be jumping into that one. Also, Rogue Trader seems to be the closest to a project that myself and a friend pitched a few years ago and almost got greenlit. We got given the go-ahead to start working on Vertical Slice before a whole bunch of stuff happened, but that's another story. But yeah, so jumping back. Of Verhoeven's work, RoboCop and Starship Troopers are both critiques of, I'm American culture. Well, actually, no, that's not fair with Starship Troopers. God, I apologize. My brain is all over the place today. Starship Troopers is a critique of fascism. It is absolutely, like, subtlety be fucking damned. It is brilliant. Starship Troopers, the rule of cool hits so much harder because you have, like, you know, Marines versus bugs. You have what, if you just put in isolation, it's a pretty guilt-free combat, right? And a lot of the Starship Troopers games have leaned into that aspect. The threat of the bugs. You know, hoorah, Marines, come together! Alright, the fucking battle cry of, you apes want to live forever? Let's go! Like, there's a real iconic rule of cool that's super duper easy to translate into video games. The other aspects are so much harder. Like, we did say Starship Troopers. Robo's kind of the other way around, that it's easy to understand what it's saying. Corporations bad. Rampant consumerism will destroy us all. And yeah, Wheeler Dealer, finding out that you were in Starship Troopers is the fucking coolest. Biggs with, the book was better. I know what you're trying to do. But my point being is that I think a RoboCop video game has a RoboCop video game needs to be so careful with what it says artistically. And so far on this one, whilst it's not made with a massive budget and it isn't a huge, like, set-piece AAA title, because of that, it's been able to be a little bit more cleverer with what it does and how it does it. You know, I've said this multiple times, but just for those of you who joined, the morality system in this isn't a Molyneux-esque good and evil. You are basically, as Robo, you are ranked on two things. You are ranked on whether or not you uphold the law, which, bearing in mind, the police force in RoboCop is owned by a corporation. Like, there's no fucking subtlety. The police are owned, you know, what's the Brendan Lee Mulligan line? The police are just an occupying army that serves the interests of the rich elite. Like, that's where it's at. So yeah, the morality system in this is whether or not you uphold the law to the letter, you know, the interests of OCP, or whether you work for the betterment of the citizens of Detroit, whether you serve the public interest. And I think that's so smart, because in a purely game mechanics situation, it is rewarding you for being empathic. It is rewarding you for looking at the law not as a bludgeon that must be used to beat down the poor and the broken, but it is something that should be used to protect the innocent, something that should be used to help people, to lift them up and out of terrible situations, not punch them back down. At least that's what I'm choosing to see at this point. Now, maybe if we play through this whole game, there's a fucking song and dance number at the end where Robo just mows down hundreds of people while singing, "Boy, it sure is good to be a cop." So I can't say I can't say with absolute certainty that this is not Copaganda. But from what we've encountered so far, at least it is doing that much. Now, the things that it has not done so far is the things that you wouldn't know if you hadn't played RoboCop. If you hadn't watched the films. If you haven't watched the films, you wouldn't know that Omni Consumer Products owns the cops. They've said that OCP owns RoboCop, but not law enforcement. Oh yeah, Edwin. That is something that serving the public trust is what flashes up when you level up, but not for upholding the law. I think that's an important one. The other thing is, they say nothing about how Detroit has fallen into this state of disrepair and destruction. And it's something that I feel would really benefit. Because yeah, the Detroit police has the OCP logo on. it is stated, but it's a little bit subtle.
He's my favorite TV star.
Thanks to you, Kurt's finally had a reason to watch something other than the fast food channel.
I'm even better live.
When it comes to cleaning criminal scum from the city, I'm even better live. Can you tell me what happened here?
Nasty murder. The victim is a white female, mid-20s, identified as Casey Carmel. Had a history of petty crime and prostitution, but believe it or not, that's her real name.
Any leads?
The case is closed. OCP won't spend a single dime on the murder of a prostitute.
Cost optimization. Fancy name for we don't give a shit about poor people.
So if you were to look around the crime scene, you would potentially be exposing OCP to extra costs.
If you want to do that, be our guest.
Is that homeless man considered a suspect?
Nah, we know the guy. You can rule him out.
The guy's a loon, a mental patient. He thinks that aliens dumped the body here.
Talk to him if you want. Just prepare to hear a tall tale about green people.
Do you have any thoughts about that murder?
Oh, sorry, Fiona is cooking up a storm and it smells
else,
amazing.
And the body was only
feel real
dumped
bad.
there. And we got the tire tracks, drag marks. If we find a car that matches, we'll find our perp. Yeah, I guess the perp had his hands covered in some green-blue guacamole-ish goo. And the body's covered in it.
Why does it always come back to food with you? Anyway, we need to do a proper analysis.
The best way to cut the costs of policing is to cut the criminals down.
Tell me about it. I didn't join the force to pick up dead bodies off the street.
Yeah, but what can we do?
All right.
I will look around. We must bring the murderer to justice.
And yeah, no, Edwin, I've got to say, Peter Weller's performance here is really good. And we've seen worse performances from much more... activate robot to highlight the important stuff. Okay.
Somebody dumped her a few feet from here. The blood traces on the ground indicate she was dragged. Nasty wound.
Blunt force
Such
trauma
was
to the
hit
head.
with a blunt
Fatal.
object, possibly a hammer.
Here's the blue goo. Oh, Biggs, that's dangerous
this
knowledge.
Green blue shit under her arm. No idea what it might be, but there is more of it around.
Scratch marks on her hands. Oh, slash marks.
Her heels had to touch the ground when the body was dragged.
Alright, let's see what we can find. Edwin says, yeah, there are definitely some worse performances in the robotic voice acting in other games this year. Like the fight gets bodied by VGA security. Yep.
Yeah, probably belonged to our victim. Let's try to find other clues.
Irrelevant to the case.
More case?
Custom extended wheelbase. Have you seen a vehicle like this around?
Nah. But that narrows it down significantly. Good catch, Robert.
Grand Tate was saying, so far all the cops have been portrayed as good, honest cops. They have. Again, characterization's one of those things I don't feel confident in, like, talking with any authority at this point. Because, like, you know, this is a game based on an 80s film property. There will be a corrupt cop at some point. And how that's handled will be very telling for the perspective. You know. first and foremost, I can say from what I've experienced, the dev team set out to make something authentic to the films. It doesn't necessarily mean they set out to make something that is a good critique or dealing with the same issues that the films dealt with, but that's where we're currently at. And as I said, like, if you want an example of something that makes me very, very uncomfortable, and I would definitely classify in the Copaganda scale, is Ready or Not, which is like a multiplayer like SWAT team shooter. And yeah, I don't have any data, but shamanistically that dev team gives me the big ick. And looking at their community and how they talk about things, that makes me feel real gross and weird. I know I mentioned this earlier, but I keep starting to talk about Ready or Not, and then I remember how dark it gets, and I'm like, you know what? I want to talk about that. No, Orchazini. So that's why I mentioned like it being a representation of the film, because in the movies, the cops weren't incorruptible, but the force around Robo was 95% good cops. And yeah, how these things are represented, I feel like there's so many factors to take into consideration. I always love that word, factors.
I can help you find the guy who dumped the body here. I saw him, but you must accept the truth.
Tell me what you know.
It's as simple as it gets. Aliens did it.
Aliens did it.
Aliens.
Of course.
I've been investigating them for years. They send rats to spy on me. They don't want me to show you this list. It's a list of aliens living in Detroit. All 37,617 of them. The murderer included.
Most likely a van with a custom extended wheelbase. Does your list contain any information on such a vehicle?
Jackpot! I've got a guy with a van that matches your description. I don't know his ID, but I know where you can find him. A film set near the courthouse. They're shooting a TV commercial and it's run by aliens, so it all makes sense. Casey must have discovered something there, and they got her. That must have been what's happened.
Tell me about your
Why
aliens.
do you think that aliens are involved?
Edwin.
I saw the guy who dumped the body
RoboCop
here.
versus Aliens
I saw
crossover
his skin.
confirmed.
It was green and glowing like those toy dinosaurs that children play with, and years later develop serious diseases from.
Tell me about the filming set.
Why do you think that aliens run the set?
Who do you think runs the advertising business? They're stuffing commercials with subliminal messages. They use additional film frames with commands to make us obey. Don't you know what happens to those who watch TV?
Sorry. But that's getting a bit more max headroom than anything.
What is the purpose of your list?
It's my tool to spread the truth. I update it every month and add it to my newsletter. You should read it. It's free. You'll find out some stuff that you wouldn't see on TV.
Sign up for my podcast.
Like what?
Take the moon landing, for example. Didn't happen. Why? Because the moon doesn't exist. First time hearing about it? That's why you need my newsletter.
Okay.
I will verify your statement. Nevertheless, I recommend you consult a psychiatrist at the earliest possible time. Now, the set.
Alright. Let's get stomping. Actually, the quickest way is going to be through this way. And yeah, Phyllis, I do think that at least the sunglasses are a They Live reference. But, I mean, Edwin, I know we've talked about this when you've been around, but jumping back to your previous point about, like, varying, like, Hollywood performances and stuff like that, I am usually very much anti-big-name talent in your games because you very rarely get what you spend. And a lot of the time it just ends up being a detraction. Because the performer is well known, you can tell they don't give a fuck. Because as a viewer, a consumer of the media, you know, you already know what they should sound like, and they don't sound like that. Like, whatever direction was given to Peter or what have you, it comes across fucking great. Yeah, no, Treyon, they know their audience. Hell, I think any other year this game would have had a lot more coverage.
What is happening here?
They're shooting a TV commercial for Sunblock 5000.
Night does not seem an appropriate time for such practice.
Yeah, they ran into some problems, and it's running later than expected.
I swear, we're staying here until we finish, or you're doing it without me.
Jerry, don't you think you're being unreasonable?
You better find us another understudy so we can get this over with.
Let him in. We don't want to hinder the work of law enforcement.
I have reason to believe that someone from your crew is involved in a crime. We found a green-blue substance like your sunblock at the crime scene. The suspect was driving a van with a custom extended wheelbase.
We use a lot of different vans, but I would know if they're the type you're looking for.
In that case, I would like to look around.
Actually, you could be of some use to me, too. I have a problem here, and its name is Jerry. Jerry Jenkins.
Fucking Jerry.
I need a reason to cancel his contract, and I think you could find one for me.
That does not sound like a task of a police officer.
But it could be, though. I'm sure he's guilty of something. You just have to find out what it is. I can give you access to anything without a warrant.
Your proposal is punitive. The guilty will pay. I seek only justice. Punitive measures. Punitive measures means... God, my brain is yellow today. Means it's a bit meh. Right? Like, I'm not going completely doolally tab. I seek only justice. The guilty will pay. The guilty will pay.
I can make trouble for anyone who deserves it.
I believe that.
Oh, punitive means
Dig
punishment
deep.
based. All right.
I bet Mr. Big Shot doesn't have a clear conscience.
God,
Start with the computer. There's a list of vehicles allowed to park on set there, but look for something on Jenkins, too.
Nobody likes you. You are in trouble. Sunblock 5000. See you by the pool. Just 10 minutes in the California sun could give you skin cancer for years. But with Sunblock 5000, you're good for hours. Alright, so the wheelbase matches. And it's definitely Sunblock 5000 that was found on the victim. You're in trouble soon, mate. Now where's that computer? Grand take. If we get to do I'm RoboCop and this is my favorite sunblock in the Citadel, you know I'm taking that, right? All right. So no worries, Tess. I'll handle everything. You know the crew is afraid we work at nights. Cars allowed on the lot. One additional van from the outside team. Here we go. Thrista, sorry to hear that you've encountered difficulties working with Jerry. Please excuse him, he's in a bad mood. You know how sensitive an artist is. Fortunately, you've been his agent long enough. Fortunately, I've been his agent long enough to know that what would help the company of a nice, beautiful girl. Don't worry, I arrange everything myself. Just charge this to the client's account. Alright, so they ordered him a hooker. And he was a jerk. Hang on. Sorry, I'm just making sure there's nothing else I missed. Yeah, no, Edwin, those kind of like old school, like hard case laptops, I always think those are the coolest fucking things, you know? Alright, so you're about to have a bad time.
The evidence I have gathered shows that you are connected to the investigation that I am conducting.
So what?
So Psychology 2, press might be interested in. You were covered in sunblock, and your message proved your involvement. So let's go through those before we hit him with the psychology.
The perpetrator was someone with skin that seemed to be covered with sunblock. I saw the storyboard. You fit the description.
Nice try, but I won't even touch that toxic goo. I've got it in the contract. I use body doubles for all the shots where I'm supposedly covered with it. Wait, that bitch sent you after me, didn't she? She's looking for a way to screw me over and hide her incompetence. You want to investigate something, then ask her about the guy she hired as the understudy. His face looks like a walking mugshot. On top of that, I bet he's the one who stole my ring. See what she has to say about him, pal.
All right. Let's ask about the understudy. But I still want to destroy him.
I spoke with Jenkins. He mentioned that you hired a criminal. This individual may be the perpetrator I am looking for.
You mean the understudy? Did Jenkins tell you that I hired him? He was the one who recommended him for the job. Don't believe me? Check the camera footage to see what good friends they are.
Okay, so why hire an understudy?
Why did you hire the understudy?
Jenkins' contract says he will not use sunblock, and none of the professional understudies wanted to do it either. They all say it's toxic. So I had no choice. Jenkins brought a guy and said he could do the job.
Where is the understudy now?
I have no idea. And that's the whole point. We can't keep shooting because he's disappeared. I hope the guy's in the hospital or worse, because if he's not, I'll kill him myself. It's a joke, of course. You understand jokes, don't you?
Show me the footage.
Check the camera footage.
Okay. I'm digging this whole investigation style.
Who are you, pal?
Your agent sent me. Special services. Pussies, man. I've got a place.
Of course, Mr. Jenkins, I'll take...
Take it and get lost. The smell of hard-boiled eggs mixing with this green shit makes me want to puke. Looking at your face doesn't help either. You mentioned something about special services.
Only the best in Detroit.
I find that hard to believe.
I've got just the girl for you. Her name's Casey. She's...
No names.
Well now. Someone's looking to get his dick shot off.
Your understudy offered you the services of a prostitute. She was likely the prostitute who was killed.
People offer me things all the time, but that doesn't mean I accept every one of them.
It smells so good. Thank you so much. I've been trying to balance, like, discussing about, like, how this RoboCop game is representing police officers and, like, the artistic intent of Paul Verhoeven. And all I can smell is god-tier garlic bread.
But also, ACAB.
Also ACAB, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Except for RoboCop, maybe. Bobert Copert.
I'm pretty solid on ACAB though.
I mean, Paw Patrol, definitely.
ACAB includes Paw Patrol. Nobody said fuck the fire department.
No one says fuck the fire department. Robo Fireman never has to be brought into question.
No. ACAB.
Grand Take. They said. Oh, there we go. See, Grand Take gets it.
There you go.
But yeah, Fiona did a pasta bake and garlic bread, and it smells like everything right with the world.
We did. Chicken, bacon, ranch, mac and cheese.
Oh.
With pesto.
Pesto. Thank you. Okay, so withholding information is a crime.
Withholding information about illegal activity is also a crime.
Ha! If that's the case, I wouldn't be the only criminal in this goddamn business. You know what? Now that I think about it, Why shouldn't I help the law enforcement of this here beautiful city?
Where can I find the understudy?
He works at a gas station nearby. But I don't think that's his main source of income.
I am not done with you yet. Do not leave the city.
Okie dokie. So, my Robo Vision hasn't detected anything else so far. Like, a part of me feels like with that footage that there was something else I was supposed to spot, but... the van was definitely involved. Okay.
I always wanted to be a cop. I even applied to the academy, but it turns out that extensive criminal history and drug addiction prevent you getting in.
Dude sounds so sad about it. Kitty! Again, though, one of the reasons why I don't think RoboCop Rogue City was going to end up on any Game of the Year list is because you can't pet the cat. We haven't even seen a dog, and if there was a dog, I doubt we'd be able to pet it.
Oh.
Actually, no, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you. So Red Burning Dragon, we couldn't play any more of the tape. But I think the other point of this is that this is meant to be the RoboCop experience. It's not meant to be a detective game. Of which we can always use more detective games. Shadows of Doubt is probably going to be something that we dedicate a bunch of time to, but I did want to wait till Shadows of the Doubt... Shadows of the Doubt. There's the crossover. Till Shadows of Doubt was done. I didn't want to do it whilst it was still in early access.
Who's there? You have to help me, man. This shit is burning my skin.
I don't have to do shit. Tire tracks and wheelbase match.
Sunblock is the least of your worries.
Look, I know why you're here, but I'm innocent. I swear.
You are being detained in connection with the murder of Casey Carmel. If you require medical attention, it will be given to you.
I didn't do it. Jenkins killed her. Jerry Jenkins, the guy from TV. You have to believe me.
You will make your statement at the station.
And you'll let Jenkins walk free. He's the one who killed Casey. They met here yesterday.
Casey's body was covered in sunblock. The evidence points to you.
I arranged the meeting, I admit, but I was gone when this happened. When I came back, she was already dead, and I decided to get rid of the body. Jenkins is the only one who could have done it.
Why meet here?
Why would Jenkins be meeting a prostitute here when there is a motel across the street?
His agent got a hold of me and told me that the guy values his privacy. The money was good, and I was able to provide him with a discreet option.
And Jenkins was happy with the arrangement.
He was bitching at first, but when he saw Casey, he stopped being so picky.
Why would Jenkins kill that woman?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Are you stalling?
She may have mentioned something about wanting to blackmail Jenkins, but I knocked the idea out of her head. At least I think I did.
You knocked the idea out of her head. She was bludgeoned to death, dickhead.
Why did you not go to the police?
What would I say? That a famous celebrity killed a street prostitute in the back of my gas station? That's a bit much even for this city.
Dumping that woman's body in a dumpster seemed like a better idea to you?
It's not my fault that people would rather believe a guy from TV over me.
I will verify your version of events, but you will still suffer the consequences of the actions you have taken.
Hurry up, please! It burns!
The voice on that guy. Fucking hell. Actually, Fred, I believe RoboCop Artificer was the... Artificer City is the next one. Oh. Okay, so investigate the gas station. What did I miss? So I searched the tire tracks. I look around here. What did I miss? Oh, here we go. Well, that's gross. Oh, no! Friends, I hate to tell you, but I think Robo's got a jizz detector. All right, so we've got the murder weapon. Glasses model match the one Jerry Jenkins wears. All right. You know, thankfully, Fred, it was blood type. Camera can see on the wall. Hidden room detected. All right, how do we get back there? With Robo-Arm! Alright, here we go. Evidence found. Arrest the celebrity. So Casey, I'm only a doctor. I can't help you with the fee issues. The price of palliative care went up for everybody, not just for your mother. Fuck. So Casey was working her ass off to pay for palliative care. Yeah, no offense, buddy, but this doesn't end good for you.
So, did you find anything?
According to the evidence, Jenkins is guilty of the murder of Casey Carmel.
I told you!
However, you are guilty of concealing a crime and desecration of a corpse. I will call medical assistance. You will be taken in when your condition permits.
That's a good point, Grand Take. Was it the celebrity or his increasingly convincing body double? Bring them all in. Let's go. And yes, we do have skill points. I just keep forgetting to spend them. Deduction and psychology. And I don't know. Get the scanning going. We're already incredibly powerful when it comes to combat, so I figure let's go for the stuff that, like, expands upon the story. I'm just trying to think if I've got anything, like, else to add. Like, I want to wrap up this storyline before we bring our adventures to a close. But I almost wish I'd picked up some of those, like, Sega-era cash-in games. When Sega had, like, the Marvel movies license, or, like, Scarface the video game and stuff like that to put alongside this, because the fact that this team have banged out two 2 games, both based on beloved 80s franchises. And, like, artistic intent aside, both slap. Is incredible.
Can't let you in, Robo. They're in the middle of a shot.
This cannot wait.
They say the 20 seconds in the California sunshine is too much these days. Ever since we lost the ozone layer.
I have a solution for you if you are looking for some protection against that California sunshine.
The hell?
Stay in Detroit prison. Jerry Jenkins, you are under arrest for the murder of Casey Carmel.
I seen you on TV. You're glitching again. Ah, it hurts. For fuck's sake. It hurts.
Yeah, Edwin, we don't talk about that Rambo game. It is very bad. Alright, hard-boiled. Help the detective solve a murder case. Alrighty, friends. So, does anyone have any thoughts or feels on this that they want to talk about before we bring our adventure to a close? Like, I think we've covered everything pretty well. But then again, I've been wrong before, I'll probably be wrong again. Like, you know, Edwin, absolutely agree. They absolutely encapsulated what it must have been like surviving the post-Skynet apocalypse. You know, the Annihilation line is coming, you're scavenging for whatever you can find. Like, they really nailed that feeling. And yeah, I think it's like the mode where you actually get to play as an infiltration Terminator is fucking brilliant. Red Burning Dragon's asking, how's the director taking it? Let's go ask him real quick before we move on.
Well, that's a wrap.
Get one pithy one-liner. So Edward was saying that they really enjoyed playing the game, but they did become frustrated by RoboCop's lack of physical movement options. Like, being stopped by knee-high barriers because you can't jump is a little hurty. True. Would you say that's because, like, jump is such a ubiquitous maneuver that we've come to expect from games? Like, it just... Because I found Robo's movement to be one of the most grounding elements of it. That's what really does make me feel like I'm in this, you know? Okay, yeah, so Edwin. So I'm glad we agree on that one. Oh, excuse me. The OG arcade game had jumps, so there. Yeah. God, I don't think there's anything else I haven't covered yet. You know, again, in games like this, I find if you have to have a skill that improves how much XP you get, then you're a bloody hack. And I do understand why there is a skill tree in this, but I think a different progression system would have worked much better. Something involving, like, just literal, direct, like, action-reaction. You do a thing, you are given a direct upgrade. And Varbles, I also find that funny. Though I used to jump around a lot more, so... There was a time when I used to be very bouncy. Ah. Well, grand take either way, that is a massive compliment, thank you. And, yeah, the one thing that so far the RoboCop game hasn't really done a lot with is the satire, the satire and the commercials and things like that. This isn't a game for people who haven't encountered what came before. Okay, so Edwin's saying that later on we get to upgrade Robo's pistol, and that's when the fun really starts. I can understand that. So I was just laughing at the two things that video games make seem super easy that everyone does all the time. Bunny hopping and roadie running. I don't know if you've ever done a roadie run for more than about, like, 10 or 30 seconds, but prepare for knee pain. Wolf says, 5 out of 10 game, RoboCop doesn't have the same moveset from Mortal Kombat 11. Yeah, no, you said it. You said what we were all thinking. Librarian said they used to do it when they were paintballing, and yeah. God, last time I did it was when we'd be working overtime at CA, and while we were waiting for like renders to finish, we'd end up doing rounds of like Nerf wars throughout the office. And my knees would not forgive me the next day. That's probably why I started doing so much sniping in the office, is because I could just make myself like a beanbag ghillie suit. Okay, it was less of a ghillie suit, but what I would do is I'd take all the beanbags from the meeting rooms, because we went through that whole phase of where all the big AAA studios replaced all their meeting chairs with meeting beanbags to, like, improve creativity. And all it did is give you a fucking numb bum and a backache, but what you could do is you could take 4 or 5 of them and place them in such a way as to create, like, a little sniping nest. It's great. One thing that's very interesting is the overall vibe of the Detroit city is very... It's very isolated, it's very depressed, it's very... It's very isolating. Like, not just people's reactions, which I don't disagree with, like ACAB, but, you know, you are this great big shiny metal construction in a place that is dark and dingy and run down. Like, this is a city already gone. This is a city on life support. And you really feel that. And again, if you hadn't seen the movies, I could understand it feeling a bit barren, a bit lost, but... And Fred, I also appreciate that one. And again, it comes through much more so when you're playing, but you feel like you are a great big walking brick. Like, you don't need cover, you are cover. And you feel that. There's no quick dodging, there's no crouching behind cover. You just storm forward like this fucking unstoppable machine. Just blow 4 people's dicks off. So yeah. Okay, friends. I think we've covered everything on this one. I am so... Oh, wait. Edwin had a last point to add that they're very restrained about the use of the RoboCop theme. That is a very good point. I'm glad they did it for the opening, but since then they've been very careful not to overplay it, which I really respected. Moo says, non sequitur, am I the only one that really wants to try the Panera Death Lemonade? Is this the lemonade that's like killing people? Because I never got to do early 4 Loco. Is this the next... Is this the next 4th Loco? I have a new goal. Fiona says I'm not allowed to do copious amounts of substances, so I guess I'll just have to settle for the Panera Death Lemonade. Oh, get some gin in there. Let's go. Let's see space. Let's see space. Look, Fred, I'm just saying that someone could make a killing in Detroit selling, like, bulletproof cod pieces right now. Like, that one guy wearing the welder's mask on his head, smart. Where should he have been wearing that? On his dick. But again, I don't want to talk too much about NPCs and variety and stuff. So far, we've only fought, like, masked punks from the... What are they supposed to be? The Hotheads gang or something like that. And it's like, alright. Yeah, a bunch of fire starters. Twisted fire starters. Okay. So, friends, Steam sale is coming. I think if you want to see more of this game, it is definitely worth your time. And, like, if not tonight, but over the next couple of days, I'm definitely going to be continuing playing this myself, because I want to come to understand this. I want to see how much they've definitely soaked themselves in the world, but how much they understood what the originals were trying to say. Now, do no worry, friends. I will be passing you on to some friendos after this. The only person who's currently not playing something that I don't want either spoilt or otherwise is actually Patrick from Polygon, or Pizza Suplex, as he goes by twitch.television. And he's playing Half-Life Alyx at the moment. And he's a long way away from some of the good bits. So, yeah. He's currently throwing exploding barrels at Lickitungs. Oh, Fred, I inhaled my dinner while we were chatting, so I'm going to get more dinner. But, yeah, friends, I really hope that if you have the time and the cash, you'll give this a go, because this is the kind of, like, cinematic adaptation that we should really support. You know? For those of us who lived through the shitty movie tie-in eras and the terrible, terrible attempts at, like, 80s film adaptations. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, I played the Reservoir Dogs game, and it was not good. I mean, that's another story. Oh yeah, Jam, go get some sleep, friend. Go get some sleep. Right, stream-wise, we'll be back on Tuesday. Keep an eye on the Discord. I'll let you know what we're playing and when. Next Saturday, we'll probably be doing the Final Fantasy VII Remake, because with Naughty Dog's nonsense and a few other teams, I really want to talk about remakes, remastered, and reworkings in video games, because I think it's important. You know? Even if it is just an excuse for me to wail on The Last of Us Part 2 some more. Yeah. I'm trying to think of some fun stuff that we can do in downtime throughout the winter. Current prevailing thought is we might do a Project Zomboid server or something like that. But if you have any thoughts, feels, or ideas for stuff that we can all do together, let me know, because we're going to have the time. But yeah, that's it from me. So let me just roll credits, as this week has been bombastic and you all have been incredibly fucking generous. You know, we've been stupidly broke since moving, and not like we've been rolling in dough this year. But the fact that I'm still sitting in front of you, the fact that I get to do this is because of you lot. Like, you throw in cash so I get to keep streaming, you know. Every day I'm fucking grateful for that. So to Jamami, Wraith, and Fearless, thank you for monstrous long sub sprees, you absolute legends. To Eriman, Akira Zero, Bacon Avenger, Favor 6, J-Post, and Vanderbeast. Bits and donations is how I get to keep doing this, so fucking thank you. And to Caffeine, Lizzie T. Power, and Rhymes with Moose, the full trifecta of power, fucking thank you. And to the Unrequented Library and Big Saxy, thank you for bringing some raids in. That was really fucking cool of you, alright? It is a massive compliment that you trust me with your audiences, friends. To everybody, like, thank you for a wonderful day. We talked about a lot of complex issues and a lot of complex media to deconstruct, and you were all kind and empathic and really fucking wonderful. So, like, thank you. There aren't many places on the internet where I could have brought up the term Copaganda and had an actual good conversation. So, I'm really fucking grateful, right? Fred, why are you like this? Anyway, so friends, I'm going to pass you over to Pizza Suplex. That's Patrick, who does cool video stuff over at Polygon. He's currently playing Half-Life Alyx, and he's going through the train area. So if you find VR stuff a little bit headache-inducing, I do understand if you want to tap on out. But if not, Patrick's setup is way smoother than mine was when I played Alyx, and, like, he's nowhere near Dave yet. He doesn't know what's common. He doesn't know. Still one of the greatest horror sections in video games, but that's another story. Yeah, have a wonderful rest of your Friday. Have a fucking great weekend. I'll talk to you all on Discord. Have an excellent night. Fuck yeah. Is fuck yeah a good way to end? I don't know. I'm terrible at ending shit.